Asia's not sitting around waiting for politics to dictate what's important here. It has already been a leader and is continuing to be so.
People come to me and say, well, Trump's been, sort of saying, well, we should be focused on this, but yet the corporate world knows that it needs to support this.
Asia's role in global supply chain allows it to influence the transition in ways that many other regions cannot.
All the companies that I've been talking to they have not stopped the work of looking through their supply chains with ESG in mind, because that is just where the puck is going.
Our focus is really to understand what are the technologies that are part of our portfolio for the future and scaling those technologies so that we can meet our demand with clean energy.
Resiliency is just not an operational response to what is happening out there. Resiliency could and will be a strategic advantage that companies will start to look at.
There is still hope to actually get back down to something of a livable world if we get our act together.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights from this exciting region. Now weekday, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading on this Friday. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're looking at pretty little change on the indexes, on the futures here. 0.1% for the NASDAQ and the S&P. Russell 2000 futures doing a little bit better, as Danny points out, likely because Chris Waller came out and said he wants to continue to cut rates, and that's what they need. University of Phoenix bringing the opening bell after an IPO at the New York Stock Exchange. They've been trading for a couple of days and are doing quite well. You made a couple of bucks if you bought that stock, if you got the syndicate. And Jefferson Capital also been trading now for a couple of months, and they've also done fairly well. If you got it the syndicate, you're doing even better than if you bought it on the first day of trading. They're up about 25% so far. Danny, what are the stocks that you're watching today? I'm pretty excited about one.
Yeah, okay. I hope it's Qualcomm, because that's what I have for you. Okay, perfect. We've made TV magic. Qualcomm down 1%. Matt, that's all.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question, type it in the description box or go to X Spaces on my channel there and ask for the mic, and you can ask your question. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support the work that I do by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. If you like the content that I create, please help donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. You can also be a paid member to my Substack. I have TikTok, so there's many ways that you can follow me. You can follow me on X, on GETTR, on Substack, on Patreon, on Buy Me a Coffee. There's lots of ways to follow me. Please help support the work that I do. All these videos I do are for free, and I tell you how to make money on the market and how to get healthy. All right? Who else does that for you? Now, the market is opened in the United States. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,749. I have a target, year-end target for the S&P 500 at 6,800 to 7,000. We have a resistance level short-term at 6,800 and a support level at 6,500 for the S&P 500. The VIX is trading at 16.46, so the VIX is stable. Equities should start to melt up. The Japanese yen is trading at 152.63, very bullish for equities. Euro is trading at 115.65. There's a little bit of a strengthening of the dollar right now. Oil is trading below $60 a barrel. It's trading at 59.93. Natural gas is trading at 3.164. Natural gas and oil have been trading the last couple sessions lower. BITO is trading at 20.15. Bitcoin is trading at 122,000. Oil, which is the ETF for natural gas, is trading at 27.83. All right. With that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. And I really want you to focus on preparing for the fall and the winter season. It's going to be problematic. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the cleanse. This is 30 parts per million, or max 35. This is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and swallow. What this will do is boost up your immune system. It helps with the health of your epithelial lining and improves the mucosal barrier. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35 or cleanse. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day and then go back to your maintenance dose. I've been doing this protocol for over 5 years. Also, it's really important to get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, and reduce inflammation at the gum line. This also will help to neutralize. Very important to take, especially during the fall and the winter season. Why? Because it has structural nanosilver. This has no fluoride. This is a very high quality toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you're going to be buying. Is it a little bit more expensive? Yes, but it is the best toothpaste that you can buy. And guess what? You're going to need this for the fall and the winter. Your other toothpaste doesn't do what this does. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order.
Against that, and are you concerned about an AI bubble?
We're not concerned about an AI bubble at the moment. I think the rhetoric, again, I think this goes back to the numbers that we were talking about. There's big numbers. It's hard to understand. It's a very complicated technology that seems to be taking off.
By the way, yesterday Bruce Richards of Marathon told us he thinks there's a bubble and people talking about the possibility of an AI bubble.
The two can exist at the same time.
Wouldn't you think that a bubble would be consensus everyone agrees it's a bubble, and then but because there seems to be
1999 and 2009, no, that's not the case.
Well, I think to get to that point, there are going to be pockets of unproductive spend, right? That's the definition of a bubble. That's certainly going to happen with the amount of capital that we've seen thrown at this, and you've heard CEOs of these hyperscaler companies say that in so much as that they think, look, but the risk of being behind is just so much bigger.
Exactly what Zuckerberg said. That's right. He said, yeah, we could misspend a couple of $100 billion, and that would be bad. But the bigger risk is that we don't spend enough.
And that's why you have everybody piling behind it. We were just talking about this earlier, this idea of people building data centers, energy resources without people to even back it. And at the same time, these companies get business models that are increasingly complicated as they all invest and have revenue in each other. How hard is it to invest in this place in the market, which is increasingly making up the entire market, and be a generalist and not fully understand all of that? Does everyone need to be an AI expert in order to invest in this equity market right now?
I mean, to a certain extent, and you need to know how it works, right? And I think that's something you have to use it, you have to understand it, you have to understand how your business is going to use it, and really think about different use cases across that. But I think what's interesting, the biggest bottleneck right now is energy, right? That's the problem with this. It's building that out, but this grid problem that we've had in this country, right? An aging grid that was, exposed to power outages, that was happening before AI, right? So if we get this investment in the grid where we get this upgrade, that's not lost because if AI ends up being a bubble down the road, right? Like we needed that anyway. This is getting kind of momentum behind it from like a regulatory standpoint that I think is important and good and won't be a bubble down the line in terms of that help out.
So your base case, we're there. For the mid 2026, your base case is 66.50 to 67.50.
Yeah.
Does that mean you lean towards the bull case? Because since we've already achieved that, we'd have to stagnate to stay at your base until June of next
Well,
year.
and look, we've been operating in an environment that's like very low volatility. That's not something that we expect going forward, right? Like this is going to be a choppy, particularly as going to the end of the year, where we have this kind of really tenuous relationship where the labor market seems to be weakening and inflation seems to be moving higher. Like I think that's going to create some volatility within the market. Ultimately, we think we would avoid a recession. But to your question, we've been increasingly talking about our bull case. We'll get a lot of information through 3Q earnings, but what gets us to that 72.50 of our bull case is, a combination of better earnings growth. We're below the street in terms of 2026.
It's really important for you to pay attention to these periodic videos I do about the market. I go into detail with the charts on what exactly you should be paying attention to in terms of resistance levels and support levels for different assets. In that video, it's Yard Wars episode 64. I go into detail about the heteroscedastic aspects of the VIX index, which is the volatility, and how volatility is going to start to move upward between now and year end. I suspect that it's going to happen this month or next month. My target still is 6,800 to 7,000 for the S&P 500. It's a little bit more, the higher probability that it'll be around the 6,800 than the 7,000 at this moment in time. But there should be a spike in VIX coming soon. What that means is that if you have some money set aside, wait until that spike happens and then buy into the S&P 500. But the spike is the system is starting to build up where there's going to be a spike because it happens. There's a periodicity every month or every 2.5 months. We're in that zone where there should be another spike coming soon here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver soaps. Why? You're going to need them for the fall and the winter, but you can use them year round. You can get it in peppermint, in lavender, charcoal tea tree, and lemongrass. Very high quality soaps. I use these every day, but especially for the fall and the winter, this is going to be important for you. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order.
That's at the top of the pile. That's not a safety trade, though. It's so many energy stocks and power providers. Abby Yoder was just talking about this. The desire and the picture that still needs to be figured out for this AI boom is how we power the things. Infotech, that follows close behind. Again, maybe the same story. On the bottom of the pile, you have real estate, energy, materials, industrials. So kind of a more cyclical type flavors of the things that have been falling. But overall, we are on track for another week of a gain, up 0.6%.
All right, so watching the market climbing, I was going to say towards the close, but we still have, a lot of time, 6 hours.
The weekend's not here yet.
It'll happen eventually. Coming up, U.S. earnings season kicks into high gear next week when Wall Street banks release earnings. We'll take a look at that next in depth. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
All right, let's play Fox News about the Gaza ceasefire.
When you travel well, your ticket can take you to more than just your destination. It can make you feel like a local. When you travel well.
Let's bring in Steve Harrigan, who is live on the ground in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the ceasefire deal between Israel and Gaza. Hi, Steve.
Charlie, the Israeli government gave approval to Trump's peace plan just after 1 o'clock in the morning. That means a ceasefire is going into effect in Gaza, as well as the beginning of the withdrawal of Israeli defense forces. Those forces are already on the move. They are pulling back to a predetermined line. About 53% of the country, of the part of Gaza, will still be under the control of Israeli forces. And then the clock will start. The next 72 hours. That's how much time Hamas will have to release all 48 hostages, dead and alive. President Trump, who's coming to the region, had this to say.
Hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there, and we're planning on leaving sometime Sunday, and I look forward to it. Everybody loves the deal, so it's a great honor to have been working on it, and as you know, it's all finalized and done.
President Trump has been asked to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. In that invitation, the Speaker of the Knesset said, "You have demonstrated that under your leadership, America is not only a military superpower, but a moral superpower as well." Some sad news for one Israeli soldier, Michael Nachmani, 26 years old, a first sergeant. He was killed by a sniper in northern Gaza just hours before that ceasefire went into effect. Guys, back to you.
Steve Harrigan live for us this morning. Steve, thank you. Let's bring in Benjamin Anthony, an IDF combat veteran who served in Gaza following the October 7th terror attack. Benjamin, take us inside the mind of the typical IDF soldier who just spent the past 2 years trying to get the hostages home. What are they feeling this morning?
Well, first of all, good to be with you. Thank you very much for having me. And with regard to the typical mindset of an Israel Defense Forces soldier, I can tell you as someone who served alongside them in Gaza, had the privilege of looking on as they displayed heroism night after night, day after day, that all that powered them was the obligation that they felt to give all that they could, all that they were, all that they had at their disposal in order to bring these hostages home. It escorted them from the moment they set foot into the Gaza Strip, and it will escort them until the very moment they set themselves around the perimeter and return home, in many cases of the soldiers, once the hostages are returned, assuming that this deal does go through. And I can tell everybody that all soldiers will recognize that the 20-point term sheet put forward under the leadership of President Donald Trump, regardless of how anybody wishes to spin it, is nothing more or less than the total surrender and capitulation of Hamas. They've been decimated, they've been overcome and wiped out in every engagement that we've had with them, and they have realized finally that the seizing, stealing, and abducting of our people will never serve as an asset to them, but will only be a liability. And all of the soldiers will be thanking President Trump.
Yesterday, President Trump said getting the hostages home is a complicated process. And he said, "I'd rather not tell you what you have to do to get them." You've been in Gaza, you know the conditions. Do you believe Hamas knows where all of the hostages are? And do you believe that the 20 are, in fact, still alive?
So I do believe that the 20 are still alive. I do escort this entire deal with a sense of very cautious optimism and sustained skepticism as to the word of Hamas. I don't believe that any deal is done until it's done. But of course, if we receive the hostages as scheduled, I will take a backseat to no one in terms of the celebration that I feel in my heart and in my head. Having said all of that, there is a difficulty with the hostage repatriation, those who are deceased, because apart from anything else, some of them are held not just by Hamas, but also by Islamic Jihad, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We may see some sort of agreement and disagreement between those two terror organizations, but I believe in time, as we've shown to this point, the IDF will demonstrate that we will not leave any of these hostages behind, neither the living nor the deceased. Nor the deceased.
There's been a logistical question here, but the plan, the 20-point plan, calls for the rebuilding of Gaza, but it also calls for the 450 miles, and that's an estimate, it could be more, of terror tunnels to be destroyed. Necessary but complicated. How do you view the ability to do something like that in Gaza?
Well, I think that the details of what's now started to be discussed as the second part of this ceasefire agreement. So the first part is the return of the hostages and the release of the prison holds inside our jails. Many of them, of course, hardened criminals and terrorists of the worst kind. I want to make a point about that. But there is much talk about the second half of the deal, handling issues such as the one you're asking about. And to be perfectly frank, the details are not yet clear. They will clear in the fullness of time. They'll become clear, rather. And I believe that it will involve a multinational force that is going to be dedicated to the ongoing search for the hostages who are deceased in the case that we are required to do so, but also to the demilitarizing of Hamas. The details of that are also not clear. And of course, the complete elimination of the terror tunnel network. And I just want to say one thing to all listeners and viewers. If ever there was a simple gauge for the difference between Israeli society and the society that is there inside the Gaza Strip, it would be this. Look who we want home. Look who we are fighting to bring home. 20 innocent living hostages, including soldiers who were arrayed in a purely defensive posture inside the borders of the state of Israel, plus our dead innocent civilians who died as a result of the attack on October the 7th. Who does Hamas want home? They want killers, terrorists, murderers of the worst possible kind, and not only do they want them released from Israeli prisons, they want them within their societies, the equivalent of Americans saying that they want, Jeffrey Dahmer to come and live within their neighborhood. It's a dreadful society. It is powered by too much hate, and it's absolutely imperative that the second part of the deal, that which deals with the demilitarization and the complete destruction of Hamas as a governing force and as a threat to the state of Israel, must also be implemented. Nothing short of that must be the end result of this.
Hey, Benjamin, we have some breaking news that we want to get to and get your reaction to it, but we're just learning that President Trump has not received the Nobel Peace Prize. It's going to go to a woman named Maria Corina Machado. What is your reaction to that, the president not receiving this award?
I think that, quite frankly, the gift that President Trump has bestowed not only upon Israelis, but I believe in the near term potentially upon the region, actually goes above and beyond anything that a Nobel Peace Prize could go any way to describing, could go any way to defining. And I actually think there should be a new prize that is coined. I think that there ought to be a Donald J. Trump Peace Prize that should be founded in memory of this tremendous feat of the president and should go on year after year and be bestowed upon the true peacemakers. The Nobel Prize Committee, their inability to recognize this feat by President Trump speaks volumes for just how detached they are. And incidentally, all of the negotiations that we saw around this patronage that President Trump brought about, you see how it completely excluded the old world, if you like. It completely excluded Macron, Keir Starmer, it completely excluded the European Union, all of those individuals who ran to vote in favor of establishing a Palestinian state and rewarding terror. They have been sidelined completely, totally, and utterly, rightly so. The president's achievements, in my opinion, transcend anything that the Nobel Peace Prize would confer upon him, and they absolutely trump unintended anything that President Obama undertook, which quite frankly was nothing, in order to be awarded his Nobel Prize. It's a topsy-turvy world we live in, at least as a good leader of the free world ever had.
And to be abundantly clear, the nominations for this Nobel Prize needed to be in by January 31st. So again, based upon everything that we've seen over the course of the last 9 months leading up to now, Donald Trump could win the award next year. But to your point, on Barack Obama, it didn't stop the Nobel Committee from awarding it to him before he had really done anything. If he had to get the nomination by January 31st, that is certain.
Always exceptions to be made.
No.
IDF combat veteran.
Should have been changed from the
Exactly.
should have been changed from the Nobel Prize to the No Deeds Prize.
Benjamin Anthony, thank you for your insight. Invaluable this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I mean, Blair.
I didn't think that Trump was going to get the Nobel Peace Prize this go around, but it's very possible that he might the next go around, especially if he can de-escalate the war in Ukraine. And this peace agreement holds in Israel. I personally don't think it will. All right, and I gave a very detailed explanation in Yard Wars episode 68. So in short, it's basically, if you don't solve the problem of the Temple Mount, this will only become a false peace. You have to get to the root of the problem here. It's about the Temple Mount. And this peace agreement has nothing to do with the Temple Mount. So what I think will happen is that it's going to be a false peace. How long? Probably it won't last for 6 months. But it's going to rear its head up. Again, there will be more conflict, and Israel will do what they did in Gaza to the West Bank. Now, that's what I think is going to happen. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Be prepared for the fall and the winter season. Super important. All right? Get the drops. The drops are 100 count. The drops you can get in cherry flavor, blueberry, and also honey and lemon. Very high quality structural nano silver drops. If you have a throat irritation, take them right away to mitigate the problem. I also have in stock elderberry zinc. Get a few bags for your household. Make sure that you take them right when you get that throat irritation. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household and for work. Be prepared. If you're prepared, you got nothing to worry about. But when something happens in the fall and winter and you're not prepared, and then it festers and then it gets worse, it's kind of too late then. So guess what? Be prepared. Go to my store, get the drops and the lozenges, use discount 5, all caps, discount and the number 5, you get $5 off any order. And that way, you're prepared for the fall and the winter season. All right, let's go to General King about this particular topic about Israel and the peace agreement.
Treat yourself to big savings on top-rated pieces during Rainmore's Flanagan's Anniversary Sale.
We're starting with a Fox News alert. Israel beginning to withdraw military forces from parts of Gaza after Israel's cabinet approved the Trump-brokered peace deal with Hamas.
Yeah, I guess 24 hours to move out, and they were able to do it, but not all the way out of Gaza yet. Israeli troops pulling back to an agreed-upon line within 24 hours, remaining control of 50% of the Gaza Strip.
So that's when the clock begins. Hamas will have 72 hours to release all 48 hostages, including both the living and the dead.
And in Gaza, thousands of Palestinians begin returning to the north as the ceasefire is taking hold.
So we are live. We have live team coverage with Peter Doocy at the White House on the president's plans to visit Israel and the negotiations that led to the historic agreement.
But we begin with Steve Harrigan with the very latest in Israel. Good morning.
Brian, certainly those live images coming out of Gaza show that this ceasefire is in effect and is working. People feeling it's safe enough, Palestinians, to walk north, many of them heading back to their homes after being displaced by 2 years of warfare, making the walk north with the Mediterranean on their left. The withdrawal of Israeli forces has begun. It's to a predetermined line. Israeli forces will maintain control of just over 50% of Gaza. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Prime Minister, Netanyahu. He addressed the nation here. He said, in addition to giving up the hostages, Hamas is going to have to disarm. He said it's going to happen either the easy way or the hard way, implying that Israel will use force if necessary to make sure Hamas disarms. Finally, Israel has published a list of prisoners it's going to release from jail as a result of this deal. Some of those prisoners to be released carried out acts of terror that killed Israelis. Before this list was made public, Israeli officials notified family members, telling them the people who killed their family members may soon be released. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Steve. A lot of moving parts, and it seems like everyone's complying.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, can we ask Steve a question?
Describe in detail, Steve, what we're seeing. There's the
Gaza.
Yeah, in Gaza. They're walking, it looks like, over that bridge. Where are they heading? Are they heading to the larger city in the background?
They are walking north. That's the Mediterranean on their left. They're on foot. A lot of families, a lot of these people have been displaced, moved from one place to another over 2 years of warfare. Now the fact that a ceasefire is in place, the guns are quiet, it's safe enough to begin back home. And this is really the clearest testimony that the ceasefire is holding. It's safe enough to go home.
So no cars, they have to walk. Their cars have been destroyed, or maybe they don't have cars?
I don't have the answer to that.
Oh, there are some cars in there. Our producers are telling us.
It's next, but they believe, thanks so much, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
So it's really hard to be skeptical right now because you have a situation where this thing is in full stride. Remember, the Saudis, and their Saudi local broadcaster in Saudi Arabia on the Cairo Bureau has said the mission to collect all the hostages is already underway and put them into one area. Islamic Jihad, one of the terror groups that was not addressed, they seem to be for it. Even Iran has said positive things about it. So the pressure on Hamas and the belief among the Palestinian people that it's safe to go back. That means that they believe this is going to happen, number one. And number two, and they believe that they're not going to be attacked by Hamas, who's been taking their aid for the last few years.
Right, I'm shocked by that last point that you made about when it comes to Iran. Because as many people know, it was Iran's goal to unite the Arab world and the Muslim world. And now the president has been able to do that in support of peace.
Yeah, it's economics first.
So Brian had an interview a little bit ago. He interviewed the brother-in-law of one of the hostages, and their story is just really sad. He was in the house with his wife and their 2 young daughters, 2.5 years old and 4 years old. They heard the siren sound in the middle of the night, woke them up. The terrorists entered their house, captured them. Then they fortunately left the mom and the kids at a neighbor's house, but they took the dad, they took the husband. And there have been some signs of life, 2 different signs of life, a video released by Hamas in April of last year, and then also some information from a released hostage saying he's still alive. Look at this beautiful family, and just separated because of these terrible individuals. Here is an interview, Brian's interview with the brother-in-law who's speaking on behalf of the family.
We're so grateful that the president, the peace president, has achieved what people thought was impossible. My sister has been a rock ever since October the 7th. After she was rescued on that terrible day alongside the rest of my family, and processed the fact that Omri was taken in front of her eyes, brutally taken after they were all held captive, was live streamed on Facebook by the terrorists. I've been following her footsteps to ensure that Omri's story and the story of all the hostages is being heard, and the president heard us. And that's why this amazing president has been doing everything he can to ensure all stakeholders commit to a deal, managed to make this breakthrough. I'm so grateful for him and his administration.
And you might have seen him in that video. Remember when they found out that the president had done this deal? There it is right there. And the president was on the phone talking to the family members. You can see the man that you interviewed, right?
The gray suit.
I just find myself still being impressed that the president has maintained a relationship with those families throughout the entire conflict. He's had that one-on-one time with them.
President Trump is expected to return to the Middle East on Sunday as we learn more about the negotiations that led to this historic peace deal.
Peter Deuce is live at the White House with the details. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. And now that the first part of this peace deal is in effect, President Trump is no longer just outright dismissing the idea of some point recognizing a Palestinian state. That is something that he did as recently as last month at the UN, saying that it would be a reward for Hamas. Listen here to how he is answering that question now.
We're going to see how it all goes. And, there's a point at which we may do something that would be a little bit different and maybe very positive for everybody. But we'll be looking at that at the time. I think we'll get to that period too.
President Trump spent a lot of time on the phone this week with his 2 negotiators on the ground, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Mr. Kushner has kept a very low profile during the second Trump administration compared to the first time, but used contacts and experience from negotiating the Abraham Accords to help the president get the deal across the finish line.
I really want to say that this all would not have been possible without the bravery of the IDF and the soldiers, what they've accomplished not just in Gaza,
but also what they've done in the theater over the last couple of years to eliminate Hezbollah in the north and really degrade them.
This morning, President Trump is going to be off to Walter Reed for a planned physical, and then the plan is at some point this weekend for him to visit the Middle East. Back to you.
Do we know where he's going, Peter? I mean, originally I saw in Egypt, right? And then Israel. Have you heard anything?
We know that Egypt is a possible stop because that's where they were having these peace talks, and then he is invited to speak to the Israeli Knesset at some point this weekend. We don't know exactly which day, but they are finalizing those plans here today.
And meanwhile, you got the shutdown. So when the president leaves, you got to think the shutdown's not going to end. So does he leave, and where does he go?
So basically, from a practical perspective, that just means that everybody that is going with him, for the most part, is not getting paid. So they can do things like travel the world and find money that was not appropriated or that had already been appropriated. But it's just everybody else on the plane is not getting paid. And then when they get back, they will address that because we don't think it's going to end before Tuesday when the Senate comes back.
Right.
Can you imagine the reaction he's going to get when he's in Israel?
I also think it's embarrassing for us as a country when you have the president that just settled a decades problem, got two sides that totally don't agree with each other to find peace, yet our representatives can't get a budget done.
So, with the first phase being implemented, the most important phase you could argue, but the second phase is really going to be getting people in there to set up a provisional government, a peace council. A lot of them would be Westerners. I know that was a problem with Iraq on the transition. Number two is getting Hamas to actually decommission their weapons. So how do you do that? And who is Hamas? They haven't been dressed in uniforms in quite some time. So that's going to be the tough part. I'm not saying it's hard, it's impossible, but that's why we got to watch this. The key part, though, is the prisoners, the fighting stops, the prisoners out.
Also, how do you de-radicalize people? I mean, that's going to be a genuine conversation.
When they've been trained as little children to think a certain way, right?
All right, you are looking live as thousands of Palestinians are making their return to Gaza City, it looks like in the foreground, as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has begun, because the IDF has backed out, as they were supposed to. Thanks to this historic peace plan, it's been brokered and led by Donald Trump. Special envoy Witkoff confirming this moments ago. The IDF has completed phase one of the withdrawal from Gaza, which means the clock has begun ticking on the 72-hour countdown to release all 48 of the remaining hostages, 20 plus considered to be alive. This is the U.S. sends 200 troops to Israel to help oversee the process. Retired four-star General, Fox News senior strategic analyst Jack Keane joins us now to react. General, your thoughts about the events that are taking place in real time?
Well, certainly, Faith. Imagine your team only bigger, much bigger. Imagine a dedicated solution center, expanding your technical expertise. Imagine skill.
Well, certainly phase one appears to be a success. Israel has gone to their so-called yellow line, where they're still occupying 53% of Gaza. Hamas wanted it to be down to 30%. They had to make a concession. Israel kind of got what it wanted here. The second thing is certainly the release of the hostages. Estimates are within 72 hours, certainly those hostages will be released. I think that calculates to sometime on Monday. The dead hostages is probably going to take many days to be able to recover those bodies, if they're actually able to recover all of them, to be frank about it. Hamas is giving consideration, give us about 10 days to be able to work through that problem, because they don't have all of those bodies and they don't know where all those locations are. So that may take some time. But the real issue in front of us, assuming the release of the hostages and exchange of prisoners takes place as planned, is phase two. And is Hamas going to disarm as they say they're going to do, or are they going to renege on the deal? The critical point here is the point that Netanyahu has made and the president has backed them. If they refuse to disarm, then the green light is given to Netanyahu to finish it and force that disarmament. And President Trump publicly is backing that. And that threat of force and that support for Israel from day one of this administration has made such a difference in this war. When you compare it to what Biden was doing, don't go into Rafah, don't attack Hezbollah, don't attack Iran.
All three of those things were removed when Trump came in, gave them all the ammunition, all the weapons they need, full throttle support for what you need to do to finish the war in Gaza. Yes, go ahead and attack Hezbollah. Yes, go ahead and attack Iran, and we'll provide the decisive blow to do that. That has fundamentally changed the Middle East in terms of broad peace and stability in the future. We are on a pathway that we haven't had in 40 plus years as a result of indisputable American leadership exercising its strength. And what a difference that makes when it's on display like this.
And you've always said that. You got to show you're pulling back Israel without alienating the Arab world. Many thought that'd be impossible. Trump has done that because the people in the Gulf states especially seem to really respect the president. So therefore, he's got some cred on the street. So, General, the next phase is interesting. You mentioned disarming. What about an international peace force in there to provide security? Do you have a sense of what countries will be represented in there? And number two, does everyone agree those terror tunnels have to be destroyed?
Oh, yeah, there's no...
Water heaters are the second largest consumer of energy in the home. A.O. Smith heat pump water heaters are 4 times more efficient and save more than $600 per year in energy costs. Purchase...
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about disarming rockets and missiles, the factories that assemble them, the factories that do the manufacturing, particularly of the small-range rockets, the tunnel complexes themselves. All of this has to be done before anybody talks about restoring Gaza. And if Hamas doesn't disarm, there's no restoring Gaza until that fact takes place. And that is what is on the table in phase 2. And it remains to be seen. Is Hamas lying to us when they say, yes, we'll disarm? Likely. I think the opportunity for them to surrender and get their own personal freedom is on the line here. We'll see if they're going to take Israel up and the United States on that. So that's a huge question mark. Phase 1 will likely, hopefully succeed. We've got a couple of days to go to make certain that's really going to happen. Phase 2 is going to be a challenge. And yes, an international force will be in there enforcing the ceasefire. And also, as I mentioned, trying to find and help recover those bodies if Hamas needs assistance with it. But phase 2 is a critical thing because phase 2 brings us to the end of the war. And that's what makes this deal so attractive. It is not just about the hostage release in exchange for prisoners. Is important an issue that is to the Israeli people, and we all understand the emotions and passions involved in here. But it's the first step to ending the war. And that's why this deal is so different than all the other ones that have been on the table. The opportunity is there. Whether we're going to be able to get there or not surely depends on one factor here, and that's Hamas. Are they going to surrender or not? Or do we have to force their surrender?
All right, General, thanks so much. I know you're going to be on over the weekend, and if Hamas doesn't surrender...
The next video I'm going to be playing is talking about the AI bubble. Now, in terms of the ceasefire, the peace agreement between Israel and the Gazans, I don't think it's going to hold. And there's some rumor stating that perhaps not all of the hostages will be released. So we'll see what happens. But we're gonna start discussing about, is an AI bubble starting to emerge? Now, my perspective on this is we have a data point of the dot-com days where there was the dot-com bubble, which, because it was tech, could be a indicator of what potentially could happen in the near term with the AI investment. But I think the AI investment is more like the railroads, because there's deregulation under the Trump administration in terms of finance. There's these new vehicles for derivatives and financial engineering that are starting to be created, especially in private equity and private credit. The barriers between investment banking and commercial banking are starting to erode. So this is very reminiscent of the financial engineering that was taking place with the trusts and the railroad boom that was taking place and then the bust. So I think that this is more reminiscent of the railroads than the dot-com. The question is, how long will this last? Infrastructure, so you build out all this infrastructure, and you spend all this money for these servers, and then all of a sudden, there's some sort of advancement in chips, an advancement in software development that could possibly lead to local creation of LLMs or some sort of inferred training data set for your local AI, either for work or even for home use. They'll start, see these big data centers, this seems to me to be for training models for large corporations, not for like the average user, right? But once you have a device that could train a model and run a model, maybe through inference, on a device like an iPad or an iPhone, and you don't really need to access a large server, and it's just doing its computation locally, it's going to change the game totally, and you won't need all this super investment in these hyperscalers. But the question is, when will we get to that point where it's local training of an AI because of computational power and storage versus this client server model that is current with the training of the models? Very similar to when IBM had made all their money selling servers to companies, and then all of a sudden the personal computer came out. This transition from personal AI that hasn't happened yet will be very similar to that transition from the server back in the 70s and 60s to the creation of the personal computer, the IBM clones, the Apple. How long does it take to get there? Maybe it takes 5 years. But the point here is that this overinvestment in this AI infrastructure may be very reminiscent of the railroad boom. And I'm concerned about the derivatives market. Now, the deregulations that are taking place under the Trump administration and this use of private equity and private credit and wrapping them in ETFs for 401ks and IRAs, I think is very problematic. And that if it bursts, it's going to be more like the railroad burst and not the dot-com burst. But most investors and most commentators keep on using the comparison between the dot-com bubble and this potential AI bubble. But I think it's more like the railroad bubble. Okay, with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help you to build muscle. You do resistance training. This is a high-density protein, but it will also help to bring down inflammation so you recover quicker. But bringing down inflammation, it also helps to detoxify your body and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. When you're bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, and detoxifying your body, that's helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your brain function, helping with your joint health, helping with your vascular system. So this is a dual purpose product that will help you to build muscle also. So please go to my store, take this very high quality nutrient barley that you can't get at a regular store. This barley is special. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. I mix it with hummus. But take it every day and do some resistance training. And you're going to gain muscle, and you're going to get healthier, and bring down inflammation, and you're going to be detoxifying your body daily. Super important. It's a great supplement to take. And also, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorant bars where you use it as a deodorant daily, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. And when you detoxify your body, you're helping your endocrine system and your immune system. This has no aluminum, no baking soda, and you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality ingredients, special deodorant bars that will help you to detoxify your body, and you're using it as a daily deodorant. It's for males and females. Get a few bars for your household to help support the work that I do and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off. All right, let's play the CNBC News discussion about an AI build-out-burst.com bubble.
Steps up with a $2 billion investment into Polymarket. Like this, none of these things would have been happening even as recently as a year or 2 years ago. Fifth Third steps up and takes out Comerica. There's a lot of aggressive activity happening in the financials that has absolutely nothing to do with how many GPUs are being bought.
Why have many of the names within the group, the largest ones, over the past 30 days, not done all that much?
Because look what they did in the first half of the year. These are all still in statistical uptrends, but stocks that have gone up a lot. Here, there's your chart.
But you're saying that earnings are going to start the next leg for this group.
If we see anything even close for the money center banks to 9% earnings growth, who's selling?
Basically, Goldman says you're to buy Citi calls ahead of earnings. So if you want to do something ahead, buy calls. Citi's on track to meet medium-term targets driven by solid fee growth, efficiency improvements, and strategic divestments. The option implied moves capturing earnings are attractive versus its average 8-quarter earnings day move.
Look, Citi has a very specific.
Hello traders, and welcome back to the Trading View channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we developed in partnership with OpenAI. This is the first.
Look, Citi has a very specific set of circumstances to it, not necessarily applying to Bank of America or Goldman Sachs, but they're about to do the Banamex transaction sometime in the next 3 to 4 months, spin that out. And after that happens, I see absolutely no reason why this should trade at a discount to tangible book value. It's just below that right now. I mean, you look at something like Bank of America at 1.9 times tangible book value, and I say rhetorically, why shouldn't Citigroup be there? And if that were to happen, that would be almost a double from here. Now, it's a little bit provocative. We'll talk again when we're at 120% of tangible book value, which would be around 120, 125.
Well, I mean, it was provocative way back, pull the chart way back when we first got into it. They just made the case for Citi in the face of what appeared to be a lot of headwinds and what appeared to be an extremely heavy lift by Jane Fraser. I mean, she's lifted.
She's done a really good job. She hasn't gotten full credit for it yet.
No, come on, look at the stock. What do you mean she hasn't gotten full credit?
Because it trades at less than, good question, because it trades at less than 10 times earnings. As I said, just a hair under tangible book value. You got Bank of America, fine bank. Trading at almost twice the multiple of tangible book value and about 40% higher multiple of earnings. So I think there is a lot more opportunity left to come in Citi.
Sector-wide, the beat rate for financials 80% this year. Okay, the last. Well, that's my point. Is like so taking Q4 numbers, which were reported to us in January, right, and taking Q1, Q2. Now we have Q3 reports. 80% beat rate. In this space, and tons of upside to guidance each time they reported. Even during the spring, these stocks held up pretty well, considering how scared most of the market was about the impact of tariffs. I think they deserve the benefit of the doubt. The one that I'm in, JPM, one of the best performing stocks in my portfolio, probably in the whole S&P 500, depending on the time frame. This stock has just been explosive during the last 2 years of this bull market. This is a company that's still looking to close $4.83, which is a 10% year-over-year, 10.5% earnings growth, 5 and change % revenue growth. It's a 14.5 forward multiple with it's a company with 20% net profit margins. Like, who's getting the sell button? Because he's a number. I can't even imagine why you would.
All the record highs in the last few weeks.
All right.
they typically spike. If they get good earnings, you're going to get a spike. They typically come back in a day or two following that, but the earnings story will tell you what to look for, and then you buy that pullback. It's always good to hear from Jamie Dimon, of course, which you will, and we are, because we did yesterday. He was asked during an interview what he thinks about the current market landscape, as many are weighing in on whether there is a bubble in AI and maybe some other places too. I want you to listen to what he had to say. You're not going to see Jamie, but you're going to hear his voice. Listen, we'll talk on the other side.
It's really impossible to tell the birds. And I've looked at, you look at history with all, the 74 crash, the 82 crash, the 87 market, the 90, the internet one you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, no one really forecasting that. And there's all that hype out there. And then you also take AI, there's a lot of money going into it. But the better way, I look at the better way, AI is real. AI in total will pay off. Just like cars in total pay off, and TV in total pay off, but most people involved that didn't do well.
Okay, so that's Jamie on whether he thinks there's a big bubble in this market. It doesn't really sound like he's all that worried about it now. AI is real. AI in total will pay off. Goldman agrees we're not in a bubble yet. Valuations look increasingly stretched, they say, but not yet at the levels that were typically in other bubble periods before they burst. The biggest risk is that earnings disappoint and investors start to question the sustainability of their current rates of return. I mean, I think that's a little obvious, right? I mean, we talk about that, Shen, kind of every day. That's the greatest risk, but I don't think anybody's that worried about that risk coming home to roost in the near term.
Well, I think that also helps that it's an understanding that some of the transmission of the AI capex that's been done is going to take some time to actually be monetized by these companies, not necessarily just at the front end. I mean, I think some of the challenges, Scott, right now are questions about the, this wave of vendor financing that we're seeing and the potential for that to create kind of a more of a bubble precedent, if you will. But at the end of the day, the reality is that you're going to have a little bit of time in terms of determining what the return is for these investments. And what's going to happen coincident to that is you're actually going to start to see companies in areas like financials, in areas like industrials, to Josh's point earlier, they're going to start to be able to show real use cases for AI within their businesses. And that's only going to create a longer tail for these AI enablers, because there's going to be these clear use cases that are outside of just financing each other.
How about this? The tech sector, right, as a group, the forward PE today is 31.1 times. Okay, when people talk about, well, it's a one-trick pony in this market, and it's tech carrying a large portion of the load, not all, of course. The forward PE 20-year average for tech is 17.9. So you're at 31 versus 18. Let's call it that, over a 20-year historical period, average. What do you think?
Well, I think it is a little high, but here's the thing. You're paying for that growth. You're paying for the story. But you can pick names within there. Amazon, lowest valuation ever. AWS growth is still just lights out. Google or Alphabet, it's a kind of a call of quantum computing. You get a forward 21 on there. It's growing 20 to 30% at the clip. And Micron is a name that I've talked about a lot on the show. There's a lot of arguments there that it's still undervalued. So there's some places to pick out here within the AI space that there's an actual value. But again, as you cited, it's a very big deal that these earnings come in and they beat expectations and raise. This is not going to be like the April and May earnings reports where that bar was set so low, or I'm sorry, the following April.
When I read a stat to you that says AMD is up 43%.
What's my ideal state of mind? Adventure and serenity, perfect harmony.
I'm in an island state of mind. Island vibes in my sleep. Don't need no plane to fly away. I'm a slice of heaven every day.
Is up 43% in 3 days. In 3 days. You sold the stock before.
It's a repricing. Yeah.
Does that sound like it's okay?
It sounds.
I'm not saying it's not. I don't need to ask it in a way that suggests it's not. But 43% in 3 days.
It's absolute repricing, and there was zero flows, zero interest in it. It was almost in some argument left for dead. The technical picture was ugly, but if you back it out a month, Then you look at a name like Micron, up 40, 50% over the last month. AMD is up about the same amount over the last month. Like a Lam Research, you go into the equipment names. A lot of those names are up 40 to 50% over the last month. AMD was, before that moment, was up 0.
We took the 1-year chart of the AMD up. No. A little bit, back it up a little bit. Well, I think it's an important point that you raised. I mean, who buys charts like this? Who's the buyer today? I can't even imagine who that, like the last Muppet that must own this stock no matter what. I can't even imagine what the thought process is. It looks incredible, obviously, but like, does nobody think that there's the potential for 2 or 3 bad days in the market? Go back for that 43% to be wiped away.
Retest 220, 215 was that March high from early last year.
Yeah, no, I think it's a valid point. You have multi-$100 billion market cap companies going up 40 and 50% inside of a week.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous activity. It doesn't mean AMD doesn't deserve to be there. It's the speed at which these things are happening, which is why I said at the top of the show, I don't know that we're going to have a news air pocket. Every day I wake up, there's some massive deal between Oracle or NVIDIA or OpenAI or AMD or all 4 at once. It's really hard to look at this market environment and say, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a news ad.
There's a lot more.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will help to detoxify your body. If you've been listening to me regularly, it's really important to detoxify your body. This will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, do that every day. Make sure you drink the filtered water and stay away from processed foods and clean your environment at home too. Now, do this every day and it'll help to detoxify your body. That will improve your endocrine system, your immune system, and your other bodily systems, including brain function. Heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a high-density protein that's special. It's a special barley that you can't get at regular stores. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or with milk. This is a month's supply, and this will help to bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. This is going to slow down the aging process. And when you're detoxifying your body regularly and bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your cardiovascular system, your brain function. Super important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley and detoxify your body and bring down that inflammation, slow down the aging process. Very powerful supplement, and you can stack it with the zeolite. Another great supplement that I offer, its dual purpose, is the collagen. Collagen is a powder. It's a month's supply. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, or a smoothie, or even with just milk. But take it every day. Do some resistance training that's going to help you build muscle. It's going to help the health of your joints and your cartilage. It's going to help with bone density and help with your skin, hair, and nails. Take it every day. Please go to my store. Use discount 5. It's all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Now we're going to go to a clip from Fox News talking about the exodus from New York City because of Montgomery.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with real.
In a few weeks, New Yorkers picking their next mayor. The latest poll showing former Governor Andrew Cuomo gaining some ground after incumbent Eric Adams' exit, but Democrat Zoran Mamdani is still firmly in the lead. But not everyone's excited for a Mayor Mamdani. Some are ditching the city for suburbs like Westchester, as the socialist housing platform includes a tax hike on top earners. And look who we have, Westchester real estate agents Heather and Zach Harrison joining me now. Thanks for being here. Heather, I'll start with you. What are clients telling you?
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it. Well, clients, since July, I would say we've had a very busy summer and early fall, are a little bit concerned about the outcome of the primary and trying to get ahead of it. We started getting calls back in July and asking us, hey, can you give us some tours of the suburbs in Westchester? We're about 30 minutes north of the city. What's that like? What's that look like for us? And so our team is the #1 team in Westchester. So our agents have been helping buyers from Manhattan kind of get the lay of the land, learn about the different suburbs, helping them figure out which town is right for them, in anticipation of what looks like the polls are showing could be an interesting race.
So is it all about the money, or is it about safety? Are people worried that if a Democrat socialist runs the city, crime is going to get even worse here?
We're hearing just a lot of concerns about the mayoral election, a lot of concerns about taxes, and a lot of concerns about security. One of the great things about Westchester County is we have no resident income tax in most of the towns in the county, so that's really exciting and special for a lot of people. And they can be in our area with a great scenic beauty and only be a half hour from the city with no resident income tax, so that's very attractive.
Would you put this on the level of people fleeing the city during COVID?
Actually, literally what it feels exactly like that. So during COVID, we saw people panic a little bit and calling us, and that really happened literally right after the primary back in July, like I mentioned. And it does feel a little bit reminiscent of that. I'll give you a great example. We are already seeing bidding wars in anticipation of the election. And in Westchester County, to give you an example, we've had a crazy amount of showings, over 75 showings on a listing we had last week, 75 showings from Wednesday to Sunday. And guess how many offers?
How many?
24.
How much above asking?
$700,000.
Above asking?
Above asking. The contract's going to be signed today. Yes.
Oh my.
It's highly competitive. I think people are really nervous.
Very reminiscent of the COVID era.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Describe to me, Zach, the typical client. Is it a single guy, or is it families that are saying, hey, we got to get out of this?
We represent all clients, and we love doing that, single people, married folks. But a lot of our clients that we work with are living in the city, they have young children, or they're expecting children, they're looking for more space, they're looking for great schools, and they reach out to us. And we've been very blessed to work with a number of really amazing clients over the years. And most recently, the team has just been extraordinarily busy.
Heather, bring us inside the mindset of some of the people that may be moving, because the rest of the folks out there may not. If you're a New Yorker, if you're a city person, like you've decided you're going to spend your life here, you are never moving. This is going to be where you live and die. Some people, though, are saying, I can't do it anymore. I'm a city person, but I need to leave. Describe that person.
So it's interesting because typically we're helping people with like a 2-year-old or 3-year-old, moving out of the city, right before kindergarten. And now we're seeing people leave the city who already have kids in middle and high school, which is an unusual situation. So that has been a change. And I do think that has a lot to do with, safety concerns and tax concerns. So that's been an interesting change. And I think, that's helping our luxury market in Westchester also, because those people are a little bit later in their career. So, it's going to be an interesting market.
Before we let you go,
yeah.
This is before the election. We're about a month out. What happens if Mamdani wins? What happens to $700,000 above asking? Does that go to $1 million above asking?
It's going to keep going up. I mean, this is a great time to be a seller. That's my pitch today.
But there's not a lot of inventory.
There's no inventory. The inventory is down over 70% in Westchester since pre-COVID levels. It's pretty incredible. And deals are up in contract over 15% from this time last year.
I know you're pitching Westchester, but I know there are a lot of folks in Florida, South Carolina right now are thinking to themselves, hey, I'm a real estate agent. Let me make some calls over there, cold calling to see who wants to move. Heather and Zach, thanks so much. Obviously, you're busy. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much, and good luck with the onslaught. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
This is very reminiscent of the white flight that was coming out of cities during the 1950s and the 1960s. Where there was social unrest back then. It was social unrest, and people that had good jobs were leaving the urban environment, going to suburbs. So I see that this is very similar. Now, what happened to the inner cities like Chicago, Detroit, New York, when this did happen in the 50s and the 60s, is that there was a major decline in quality of life in the cities. So it's very possible that we're going to see a major decline in the city, in New York City, where services will be poor, the streets will be unsafe and filthy, and the quality of life will go down. if it's similar to that major shift. Now, what's interesting here is that a lot of people are shifting out of the city because it's too costly, or it's not safe, or there's too much tax. But they're moving to environments where they're still working in the city, but they're living outside of New York City, and they have to transit in. And because these homes need to be by the transit system, because it's impossible to drive into the city, you'd be spending hours driving into the city and back home. So you're going to be using the mass transit, so you have to live by mass transit, and therefore there is a low supply and high demand. So there's going to be individuals moving farther and farther and farther out along the Metro North, or NJ Transit, or LIRR. Well, when you do that, these stations over time are going to be more and more, these homes that are around these stations will become more and more expensive. Now, if you looked at a chart and you go, okay, in the suburbs, in Connecticut or upstate New York, New Jersey, Long Island, if you are close to New York City, but you're outside of the city, these stations are extremely expensive to live around. But the farther out you go, it becomes more affordable. But you might have to be on the train for an hour or an hour and a half versus 20 minutes. So that's the big difference, a 20-minute or 30-minute ride versus an hour or an hour and a half. You go to the hour and a half ride one way, then you're talking about homes that are more affordable, more reasonable, because most people won't spend on the mass transit 2 hours or maybe even 3 hours a day to go. An hour and a half each way, do that 5 days a week, that's going to be problematic. Now, some people may be able to remote, maybe once a week, one day out of the week, so they have to do that 4 days out of the week to ride the mass transit. So this is that unique dynamic where even if you have a car in suburbia outside of New York City, you can't really use it to get into the city because the traffic's too congested, plus the congestion pricing and all this stuff. So there's a unique dynamic that's going on here. There's going to be a point where you have you have higher income and white flight going out of the city towards the suburbs, jacking up the prices. But then there's going to be a point where these individuals won't be willing to go farther down the train station line because they don't want to be on the train for an hour, hour and a half per direction. Okay, with that, let's take a look at what else is going on. All right, let's listen to MSNBC about the Letitia James indictment. Now, they're interviewing, MSNBC is interviewing Bob Woodward, who has a tendency to be anti-Trump. So this is probably going to be an anti-Trump video here. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. This will help to boost up your immune system, increase the efficacy of vitamin D3, and help with your brain function. Super important. You're going to need you're going to need magnesium and zinc supplement for the fall and the winter season. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, your brain function, and your immune system. Stack these together, drink it with filtered water, and make sure you take it during the fall and the winter season, because the fall and the winter season is going to be problematic this year, and you need to boost up that immune system. So go to my store, use the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, take it every day, and guess what? Drink it with filtered water, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount the number 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen into Bob Woodward.
When people
ask me what I do, I can never choose just one thing to describe myself. I'm a YouTube creator, obviously, but I'm an engineer too. I'm also an entrepreneur and a pilot and a pilot.
Who is the next person on your list in this distribution?
It's not a list, but I think there'll be others. I mean, there'll be others. Look, that's my opinion. They weaponize the Justice Department like nobody in history. What they've done is terrible. And so I hope there are others.
Well, he actually, before him on this gentleman here, he actually ordered Pam Bondi, his attorney general, to arrest a series of people.
Yeah, he
said they're guilty as hell.
A direct message to Pam Bondi that he inadvertently posted. He's hurry up, they're guilty as hell. He named 3 people. James Comey, who has been indicted. Letitia James, who's been indicted. Senator Adam Schiff, who's standing next.
Yeah, and by the way, this isn't really about the Justice Department. This is about people who went after him.
He also mentioned the governor of Illinois.
Yeah, and then to add to that, a number of people he said publicly that he said should be arrested for various or unspecified charges. But what's so striking about this is a direct order to the Attorney General of the United States. Right. And she, by finding replacement prosecutors, found a way to do it. This is the retribution he promised this year.
You know, we figured out, it wasn't planned this way, but we're going to bring in Bob Woodward in a minute. But we have Michael Schmidt of the New York Times. They just said, Michael, this like an all-star cast of people have been sued by the president. You and the New York Times got sued by the president. Bob Woodward got sued by the president. Those cases both dismissed. And I'm just thinking, as we talked about the president ordering his AG to arrest people, I'm wondering whether the judges that are going to be handling those cases won't handle those cases much like the judge that handled the New York Times case, which actually did something really remarkable, as we were talking about, dismissed the case without even a motion to dismiss because it was such a spurious claim.
Yeah, in our case, he sued the Times for $15 billion. Myself and 3 of my colleagues over different stories that we had wrote. My story being the interview I had done with John Kelly before the election, in which Kelly provided a series of warnings about what Trump would do if he came back into power.
Right.
And the remarkable thing is that we had, prepared to fight it, and the judge just got rid of it. Now, Trump does have 28 days to go back and refile it, and it's a never-ending, attempt by Trump to come after us. But it's just an example of this audacious use of the law to try and go after those people he doesn't like, to try and chill reporting, to try to scare us, to try and make us spend time and money to deal with that. And it's just going to be part of what we do over the next several years. It's a sort of I don't want to call it an occupational hazard because I think that diminishes it.
Right.
But I think it's something that is going to be front and center that we're going to have to confront time and time again.
Let's now bring in Bob Woodward, of course, the legendary reporter from the Washington Post, who's here to talk about his paperback version of the 2024 book, War, also about news of the day. I mean, Bob, there's so much here that we're juggling this morning. You're in a unique vantage point. I remember seeing you at Trump Tower during the transition period in 2016 before the first term. You spent a good bit of time with the president. You've recorded the president. I'm curious, we're balancing a lot of things right now, a possible breakthrough in Middle East peace, the prosecution of course, his political opponents and his opponents in the media. Balance it all for us. Talk about how your book weaves into the Donald Trump that we're seeing right now.
Well, I think the theme really is if you have power, use it, and also abuse it. And so literally, I mean, it really is a breakthrough, a corrupt breakthrough to have the President of the United States ordering criminal charges against people who are opponents.
You changed journalism with your Watergate reporting. Compare what's going on now. I know you've been asked this question a good bit, but the facts have changed on the ground over the past 2 weeks. Compare what happened during Watergate, during Nixon's abuses, with the President of the United States telling the Attorney General, I want you to arrest these 3 people. They're guilty as hell.
Well, it's worse now, and of course, after 2 years of Watergate, Nixon resigned. We are now at a deadlock period, and it's even worse than that. I mean, I think we have really reached the point where Trump has destabilized the government, so it can't function normally. And in this period of destabilization, it's everyone is going to, as I say, use the power they have and also stick to their talking points. If they can stick to their talking points, they satisfy the base.
Yeah, your colleague, Maggie Haberman, at one point was asked, well, why does Trump do the things Trump does? And her answer, very simple, but goes to what Bob had said there. She said, because he can. He will do what he can do. It's that simple. If the Republican Party's not checking him in the House, he will do what he can do. He will do what he can do if the Senate Republicans aren't doing their job. If the Supreme Court is sitting back like they're doing right now and allowing him to declare everything an emergency, he will do what he can do. He will push the boundaries. He will abuse the boundaries if the Supreme Court actually won't do their job.
Yes, but the thing that I find most interesting is that in the first term, he wasn't able to do that because there were those containers there. There were those people who were trying to stop him from hurting himself, from attacking the rule of law, and from pushing the country further in decay.
So what changed?
They're not there anymore.
Why?
Because he didn't want them there.
Right.
They didn't want the John Kellys coming back.
And why didn't he want, I'm getting to a point here, and why didn't he want them there?
Because they were successful. Because they were successful in stopping him.
And he also, the way he looks at it, and he hasn't told me this, but he lost the election. He was sitting at a defense table last summer. And if he had lost that case, he could have been in jail for the rest of his life. If he lost the election, he could have been in jail for the rest of his life. I mean, I think sometimes we forget this is what drives him so much. He had those people saying, oh, you must do this. You must play by the rules, which he must. But all he does is sees that as a sign of weakness that almost got him sent to jail for life.
Correct. And he basically won his freedom. He won his freedom in winning the election. But as a reporter who covered the containers, those people trying to stop him, in the back of my mind, I was always thinking, could this really be true? Could these people really be holding him back?
The people that were in his first administration holding him back were part of the deep state because they didn't want someone to do the restructuring at the FBI, at the CIA, at these different agencies because of the bloated administrative state that is not beholden to the will of the people. That's what happened. And then he got smart. Trump was pretty stupid during his first administration because he trusted people, and he had a bad intuition in how to run the executive branch. Now it is the privy of the president to run the executive branch, not the legislative branch, and not the judicial branch. The judicial branch doesn't have any privy to how to run the executive branch, nor does the legislative. But the thing is that Trump actually started to become smart after his second term and started realizing that he was surrounded by people that were put into powerful positions to be able to slow walk or circumvent his policies. Now, I would consider that treasonous. But the thing is that he ended up putting people in that it would actually follow the edicts of the president, as long as that is within constitutional boundaries. If it isn't in constitutional boundaries, it goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court decides, you know what? You can't do this, and he doesn't do it. He even have you noticed? He says, okay, this is what I'm going to do. See what happens. And if the Supreme Court says no, then he stops. and they try a different tack. But the point here is that he is following the law. He is following the law. So what's the problem here? There is a check and balance through the judicial branch, because when there's something that he does that the Supreme Court thinks that he shouldn't be doing, he stops. If the Supreme Court makes a judgment that he's doing something legal, then he continues. It's really that simple. And if it's so egregious, then they can do an impeachment. Now, it would be hard to do an impeachment under a Republican Party that's running the House of Representatives to draft, articles of impeachment. But the thing is that the bottom line is that our balance of powers are working. See, the problem was that there was a deep state that's not beholden to the will of the people by the electorate that thought they knew better. They thought that they were the sages to be able to tell individuals how to run the country, and that, heaven forbid, a populist nationalist gets into office and tries to reconfigure the economy, reconfigure the government. But it was a populist nationalist that the people at the electoral college level wanted. The will of the people wanted this. That's the point. Just Trump was too stupid and too trusting with individuals that had medals on their chest, not willing to do what the president wanted her to do. Or career politicians in the cabinet not doing what he wanted them to do. See, the president doesn't do what the cabinet tells him to do. It's the other way around. The president tells the cabinet what to do, as long as it's within legal boundaries. And if there is a problem with the legal boundaries, it goes through the legal system to determine what is proper and what's not. And that is exactly what's happening. But a bunch of liberal fucks from MSNBC think that a non-elected deep state should be circumventing the president of the United States if they don't agree with him. But yet, through the Electoral College, this is what the will of the people wanted.
And what we have seen now is that indeed the counterfactual, when they're not there, he is different. The things they're doing, the second term is much different than the first term. And one of the reasons is because those people are no longer there.
Well, as I will argue, as I have argued, it's
another reason why it's different this time around is that you had this lawfare that was taking place during the second term re-election in 2020, for the general election. There was this lawfare that was taking place and all those impeachments that were all hoaxes. And then I still think that there was impropriety with the election results in 2020. Just look at the statistics. It's impossible to have a jump to fusion at 4 a.m. in the morning that all goes to Biden. Happens to be mail-in ballots. No one audited the actual code of the machines. And then, well, wait a minute here. You have all this lawfare that was going on between 2020 to the election of 2024 against Trump. And he won one case after another, after another, after another. So they weaponized the judicial system to try to prevent Trump from coming back in. So he gets in and he's saying, this bullshit's never going to happen to another president, ever. And he's cleaning house. Because if you don't destroy the deep state, if you don't destroy this administrative horseshit that keeps on pushing this liberal policy, then we're going to lose our constitutional freedoms. know, they want to spin it as, oh, Trump's a bad guy and he's going to take away your constitutional freedoms. It's quite the other way around. Pay attention to what's going on here. The liberals want to destroy the Constitution.
Again, his numbers slipping into areas where they should be the strongest. Right. Immigration support skyrocketing to record levels. So levels that Gallup has never even seen before.
Yeah, immigration, he's underwater. The economy, he's underwater. One assumes when polls go out about this, using the Department of Justice as a mechanism for revenge, that won't be popular with the American people either. I wrote this week about how retribution is here. And Bob Woodward, to Joe's point, yes, President Trump does now privately admit the trial last summer was a political gift. It allowed him to be on the defense table. It rallied his side, rallied Republicans to support him. But he was also terrified. He was afraid of what the outcome could be. And combining what we just talked about with Michael, he is taking such extreme steps right now to wield his power and also to stay in power. And that includes the midterms, because so much of this is important about how Republicans right now have the House and the Senate. And we're seeing such extreme actions from the National Guard to redistricting, Trump trying to ensure Republicans can stay in power so he doesn't face investigations again.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, Trump has become, if you see this sending federal officers into cities where...
Think about this bullshit that they're saying. They don't want to have the Republicans running the Senate or the House of Representatives. They want the Democrats so they can go and investigate Trump. What did he do wrong? We got to get into power because we got to go and investigate. But Trump is weaponizing the DOJ. They just stated implicitly that they're going to weaponize the DOJ to go after Trump if they somehow be able to get control of the House and the Senate. This is the problem that Trump has been saying. The system is rigged, and that there's a liberal leftist agenda to weaken the country. It's like Maoism. It's like there's a communism that's starting, a Marxism that's starting to take hold, an uber Keynesianism that's taking hold in this country. If you're a conservative, you need to bone up on your philosophy and your economics, and you need to go after people like this. You need to go after them with rhetoric and tell them that you're a Marxist, you're a socialist, you're trying to break down the Constitution and promote some sort of elitism through a deep state where it's not beholden to the people. And that is not what our Constitution is all about. It's a representative government. It's a constitutional republic. And we have checks and balances. And we shouldn't have a deep state going after candidates or presidents. That what happened during between 2016 all the way to 2024. And if they get into power, if the Democrats get into power at the legislative level, they just said that they were going to investigate Trump. Why? What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? If he does something and it's going to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says you can or cannot do it, he corrects. If it's illegitimate power, he's already done that. He's already shown that he can do that. He follows the courts. He has to follow the courts. That's the way our system works. So wait a minute here. What is he doing wrong? What specifically has Trump done wrong? Oh, he's going in and doing things that he shouldn't be doing. It's unprecedented. Blah blah blah. Is it really unprecedented? Probably not. And if it's a certain situation that hasn't been reviewed by the Supreme Court yet, Trump hasn't done anything wrong yet. You have to find what's the verdict? What's the decision at the Supreme Court level? If you don't have it, he hasn't done anything wrong yet. But if he has if they have had a hearing on it and they made a decision, in some cases, Trump's right. And he'll continue to do it. In other cases, he'll have to self-correct. But that's how our system works. Our system isn't supposed to be about one party getting into the legislative branch and then going after the opposite party at the executive level. That's not what the way the system works. But that's how the liberals are weaponizing the legislative branch. Look at what happened during 2017 to 2020, and how they weaponized, how the Democratic Party weaponized the legislative branch. And they're implicitly saying they'll do the same thing. And Trump's saying we have to dismantle the deep state to prevent this from happening to anybody, a Democrat or Republican president, or even an independent or some other party. It should never, ever, ever happen to a president. But you have these talking heads that been on these mainstream medias and they get a lot of notoriety, they write books, right? And if they say something, then the masses think that they're a sage, that they're so intellectual, and that what their perspective is right. But every single one of these panelists have basically stated so far that if the Democratic Party gets into the power in the legislative level, especially in the House of Representatives, they're going to investigate Trump. But yet, if there's anything that he does wrong, it automatically is sued by some group that's an ultra-liberal, and it goes to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decides, you know what, Trump, you can do this, but you can't do that. And then his administration goes, okay, thank you, Supreme Court. And then he does what the Supreme Court allows him to do. What's wrong with that? That is the system of government that we have. If it's against the Democratic Party's ideals, then that must be a rigged system. They have mentioned implicitly they will go after Trump if they gain power in the legislative branch. So they want to demonize. Mainstream media is demonizing Trump and his administration to convince stupid voters to vote Democrat for the House. That's what the fuck is going on.
There's no necessity. Trump has really become kind of the cop in chief. I mean, people like that, people who are authoritarian leaders, lean on the police force. And now he's using it specifically for occasions where he feels thwarted. And
yeah, but what's the reason why he's doing this? Why is he telling the DOJ start prosecuting people? Why is he going in and trying to help inner cities solve their crime issue? Because these cities are run by liberals and they aren't using the police force properly to be able to reduce crime. They're hamstringing the police. They're preventing them to do their job. They're defunding. They're allowing criminals to go back onto the street without any bail. And in many cases, they kill someone after that. So here's the problem. You have lawlessness that's going on in these cities run by Democrats. So what do? You're going to be a president of the United States and say, you know what, enough is enough and I'm going to fix this? Or are you going to say, you know what, Mayor, you do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. If you want to turn your city into a shithole, go right ahead. But the thing is that if you have enough of these shitholes in the United States, then eventually the economic prowess of the country goes down. And so there's a perniciousness that takes place because of stupid liberals running cities. So I'm 100% on the side of Trump in terms of cleaning up the cities when the mayors, Democrat or Republican, aren't doing their fucking job. Now, they might say, well, you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. All right, take it to the Supreme Court and let them decide, because that's the government that we have. We have 3 branches of government of equal power. Let the Supreme Court make the decision what Trump can and cannot do.
That we're in this period that is truly crazy. Just look at take the Internal Revenue Service. We have had this year, how many people in charge of the Internal Revenue Service? 7. The person who has the job now is also the Social Security Administrator. Trump will find people who will do his bidding and anticipate what he might do. So Trump has got this total control, and the total control, I agree, eventually is going to bury his presidency, because people, even Trump supporters, look at this and say, whose interest is this in? For what purpose? For the purpose of Donald Trump holding power and exercising power, and that is a calamitous time for this country.
Really glad you brought up the midterms. Associate editor at the Washington Post, Bob Woodward, thank you very much. His best-selling book, War, is out now in paperback.
All right, so let's get this straight. Woodward cut his teeth as a journalist working at a newspaper. And he broke the story about Watergate because a deep throat talked to him. All right? So there was impropriety that was going on from the Republican Party back during the Nixon administration, and Nixon's presidency, his administration was trying to hide it. And he was caught. He was caught hiding. And they eventually had to resign. All right? So there was actors within a deep state that were doing things they shouldn't be doing. So Woodward writes a book and gets famous about it. He breaks the story. He's not the one that actually broke the story. It was actually William F. Buckley knew before, because William F. Buckley was part of the CIA, and Hunt was one of his operative managers when Buckley was part of the CIA. So Buckley knew it before Woodward, but that's a side note. But the point here is this. Where's Woodward talking about the fucking deep state trying to circumvent the presidency for Donald Trump during his first term and second term? Oh, he'll only bring up the impropriety if it's a Republican, but he won't bring up the impropriety if it's a Democrat doing it. So what about the Democrat deep state, Bob? Oh, he knows where his bread's buttered. He knows that if he doesn't toe the line of a liberal agenda, he doesn't sell books. All right. Let's listen in to CNN about the Gaza ceasefire.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
Israeli police confirm the president is expected to visit Israel on Monday. The Israeli military says the U.S. brokered ceasefire in Gaza is now in effect. Thousands of displaced Palestinians are now making the trek north to Gaza City as the Israeli military pulls out from agreed-upon areas. Israeli military vehicles are on the move, apparently pulling back from some areas. This officially starts the 72-hour clock for Hamas to release the hostages. 47 who were kidnapped in the October 7th, 2023 attacks are still in Gaza. At least 20 are still believed to be alive. In an address to the nation today, to Israel today, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu implied for the first time that not all the remains of the deceased hostages will return. Let's get right to CNN's Jeremy Diamond with the latest from Tel Aviv, where I know this nation, the entire nation, watching all these events so closely, Jeremy.
Absolutely, and we are continuing to see people flock here to Hostage Square in order to, celebrate this moment together of all of these hostages who will be now returning within the next 72 hours. We know that that timeline has now started because the Israeli military confirmed at noon today that they had completed their withdrawal from parts of Gaza. And once they completed that, that means that a ceasefire, according to them, is officially in effect. And also that Hamas now has 72 hours to return the hostages, which could put the return of the hostages as late as, but perhaps sooner than, Monday at noon. And that also suggests that President Trump's visit on Monday will coincide quite shortly thereafter or right before the release of those hostages. And perhaps we will see President Trump actually being able to greet some of those hostages. We know, of course, that here in Hostage Square yesterday, we saw a lot of American flags in the air, a lot of people thanking and crediting President Trump directly for his role in securing this agreement that is not only going to secure the release of all of the hostages, but according to the president and the mediators, is also ending the war in Gaza once and for all. We are already beginning to see in Gaza how people are reacting to this, not only the celebration, but as you mentioned, the thousands of people who are beginning to move along Al-Rashid Street, that coastal road in Gaza, to head back to Gaza City. Of course, before this agreement, we saw hundreds of thousands of people who were forced to be displaced from Gaza City as a result of that Israeli military offensive, and now many of them are starting to return home. But so many more pieces to the puzzle remain in the days ahead. The Prime Minister today suggesting for the first time that some of the bodies of those deceased hostages may not be returned immediately alongside the 20 living hostages. The International Committee of the Red Cross have said that they will be assisting in helping to locate and ultimately recover the bodies of hostages that may be under the rubble in parts of the Gaza Strip. And then, of course, there are the next steps to get beyond this first phase of this agreement and actually lead to the kind of final resolution to this 2-year-long war in Gaza. Intense negotiations still happening with Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, continuing to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister, with the Israeli government in order to queue up those next steps. Trump.
Yeah, every day, almost a new milestone here. Jeremy Diamond for us in Tel Aviv this morning. Jeremy, thank you very much.
Reaction to the ceasefire deal is pouring in from all around the world. But the Patriarch of Jerusalem questions what will happen next with Gaza reduced to rubble after 2 years of war. Here's what he told CNN's Aaron Burnett earlier.
I don't have the words about this. All the words cannot represent really what has been for the population of Gaza this period, and also the horror of the deaths, the people and so on is a crime, because I think crime, horrific crime, unacceptable and morally unjustifiable. All what we can use, our expression, are not able to anyway to express properly the level of suffering, pain, and also anger within the population. We don't know what is going to happen after the war, if the war will finish, really finish. And everything has to be rebuilt anew. All the infrastructures, houses, schools. Don't forget, it's the 3rd year without schools. So how to talk about the future of the children if they, for 3 years, without school, and hospitals, you said water, everything has to be rebuilt anew. For the first period, they will be totally dependent from the humanitarian support from abroad, from the international society or any other institutions. And the rebuilding will take years.
All right, joining me live from Gaza is Tess Ingram, spokesperson for UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund. Thank you so much for being here with us. Really appreciate it. So just to start off, if you could, I mean, I know there were still strikes early this morning. So things are still tenuous, but describe to me the feeling on the ground there now that apparently there is this ceasefire that's been agreed to.
Yeah, Kim, when the news broke yesterday, there was huge celebration in Gaza, hope that this conflict was over, but then for many people, they returned to the desperation of just trying to survive, existing in the wasteland that is the Gaza Strip, trying to get food and water, find shelter. That reality persists for people. So while they're cautiously optimistic, they are enduring suffering, and they are, of course, wary about whether this will fully come into place and whether it will be sustained. Because as you said, there were reportedly attacks in Khan Yunis and in Gaza City this morning, and we know that when there are attacks in Gaza Strip, that they kill and injure children.
All right, so the efforts to try to alleviate some of that suffering that you're talking about, assuming the ceasefire does hold, when do you think UNICEF teams will actually be able to get back into Gaza and start delivering that much-needed aid?
Well, we've never left Gaza. We've been here the whole time delivering aid. But our hope is that this ceasefire will allow us to scale up. That's the goal here, because there have been, of course, a near complete blockade that has stopped us from bringing in enough aid. So we need to see all available crossings into the Gaza Strip open so that we can get hundreds of trucks worth of aid in every day. UNICEF has more than 1,300 trucks pre-positioned outside the Gaza Strip, ready to come in with nutrition supplies, medical supplies, other life-saving care for kids. So we hope that the ceasefire will come into force today and that we will see that scaling up of aid in the coming days.
You talked about some of the things on that you're hoping to deliver. I mean, what is at the very top of your list, and what do you and your team sort of need to tackle first?
Nutrition is at the very...
Streak CRM for Gmail. All the standard CRM features, plus some inbox-powered magic.
Nutrition is at the very top of our list. Of course, a famine has been confirmed in Gaza City, so we're really trying to bring in more nutrition supplies and make sure that they get to the children and the families who so desperately need them wherever they are. We're also really intent on making sure that we can repair water systems, because water, of course, goes hand in hand with food. So we're bringing in equipment to provide safe drinking water for people. We're also bringing in shelter because so many homes have been destroyed here. It's coming into winter. So tarpaulins and tents are really necessary. They're the top three on our list. But of course, the needs are immense after 2 years of atrocities. So there's also education supplies, mental health kits, and a number of other life-saving pieces of aid coming into Gaza with UNICEF.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been hearing that sort of aid trucks that you were talking about that are needed to surge aid are waiting just miles from Gaza for months. I mean, if things do open up, how quickly can that be sort of mobilized and get those supplies to the families who need them the most?
That's the million-dollar question, Kim, because as you say, we've been waiting months to do this. The trucks are pre-positioned in various points around the Gaza Strip, ready to come in. The question on how fast this can surge really depends on when and if crossings into the Gaza Strip open, and then how those crossings operate. We need the bureaucratic impediments that have prevented us from bringing in large volumes of aid to be lifted so that we can really scale up 5 times more to bring in the aid that people need now. There's 2 million people, half of whom are children. So this has to happen fast. And we saw that it's possible in the last ceasefire in February. So our hope is that that can be repeated again starting tomorrow.
Yeah. So there's one thing getting the aid into Gaza and another sort of getting it to the people who need it most, because we have to obviously make sure it doesn't get stolen or siphoned away. I mean, there's been a lot of back and forth about who's responsible for some of those problems once the aid does get into Gaza. From your perspective, working with UNICEF, so what needs to happen differently this time to make sure all of that food, medicine, supplies actually reach children and their families?
We know that when the volume of aid increases, the desperation decreases. Basic economics. So if we see the volume of trucks go up, we'll see the looting go down. And we are already seeing that this week with a slight improvement in the aid coming in. So that's critical. We've got to get the volume up. And then we need to make sure that community distributions happen and household distributions. That's what UNICEF does. We bring aid to women and children in their places of refuge. We take it from our trucks and put it directly into their hands. And that's how we know that it's getting to the people who need it. Winter clothes, nutrition supplies, and other materials that they need.
All right, I'm going to play the White House AI czar sounds alarm over Democrats reviving woke. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is going to help boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. How? It brings down inflammation and helps to control your lipid profile. Super important to take every day. I take this every day. It's dual purpose. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. It will help soak up free radicals, help with the health of your mitochondria, your energy levels will increase, and it will help to protect your neurons. If you're age 40 or older, you should be taking ubiquinol every day. A great stack to help with your brain function and your energy levels, and to boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. Take ubiquinol and olive leaf extract. Use discount 5, you get $5 off.
The red state proposals for AI in general have a lighter touch than the blue states, but everyone just seems to be motivated by the imperative to do something on AI, even though no one's really sure what that something should be. The only way that I see for model developers to comply with this law is to build in a new DEI layer into the models to basically somehow prevent models from giving outputs that might have a disparate impact on protected groups. So we're back to woke AI again.
White House AI czar David Sachs is warning artificial intelligence laws in blue states could inject progressive ideology into the rapidly evolving technology. A handful of states have signed AI bills into law this year, but Sachs says that new regulations in California and Colorado are especially concerning. And what I see happening here with AI is just a part of another disturbing trend that we're seeing in blue states, what I like to call these blue fiefdoms, whether it's policing, whether it's immigration, where they have sanctuary cities, whether it's education, where they just want to rely on the unions and poison our kids, whether it's energy policy. President Trump is doing all these things to bring costs down, but blue states aren't because they're doubling down on the green stuff. I see this just as another, I don't like what you're doing, so I'm going to enact laws and we're going to do it our way. But the more this happens, Brianna, you create a polarization between states, and people are really going to have to make some serious choices about whether they want to live in these fiefdoms or they want to move somewhere else.
Yeah, the control over AI is not merely a technological problem. It is whoever controls AI controls the narrative and they control what the truth is. And Colorado has that, algorithmic discrimination where basically if there are disparate outcomes, they will look at these AI companies, even if they use neutral data. That becomes a problem because what they're trying to do, to your point, Jackie, is control what the narrative is for the rest of the country. And using AI, which is extremely deceptive, is only going to get worse. It's going to get more sophisticated. That being said, we should also foster an environment where AI is, able to be used. So it's going to be a tight balancing act. And I think this should be something that Congress works on rather than individual states because we need some framework. And this is something that we sort of got away from talking about.
I was at a lecture by a very prominent Harvard professor at the law school. This was about 3 days ago. And he is moving through the courts to try to prevent super PACs, all right? Because he thinks that it's a danger to democracy. And I agree with him. He's a Democrat, but I agree with him that super PACs are out of control. This is tied into that whole K Street. The lobbying group has too much power and it's circumventing the will of the people, but also the super PACs. You have very wealthy individuals moving a political agenda forward because it costs so much to run and win seats in Congress or even the presidency that our government is taken over by rich people. Well, if you remove the super PACs, you can diminish that power projection. All right, so I agree with him on that, even though I don't agree with his stance with other policies. But super PACs, getting rid of super PACs seems to be, for the average citizen, Democrat or Republican, everyone could agree on that. Now, during that lecture, there was a question that was asked. There's someone that was tied into AI, and they said that AI is being developed to actually be able to convince voters to think a certain way by using generative AI and doing these videos and having a conversation. It's almost like an AI bot that goes into the social media and is priming you to think a certain way. They also are using AI now in these kind of chats where individuals start to chat with an individual. The other individual may not know that on the other side is an AI, and the AI is going to try to convince you to vote a certain way, to vote for a woke agenda. So, like, for example, let's say you're in social media and there is a guy that's talking to a female. He thinks it's a female, but it's really an AI. And she toys with him with conversation. And this is going on for months. And he feels connected to the individual and all this using psychology. And the AI is using psychology on this human. And eventually he actually is moved in a certain direction to vote for a certain policy. They know where he lives. They know where he votes. They know what the propositions are on the ballot. So the AI system is smart enough to convince people to think a certain way and be able to do calculations in the background on where the probability of a win would be in the country for a senator or a congresswoman or man or even a president. That's the danger of AI. And so if you can control the narrative, just like how the Democrats wanted to control Twitter, because at that time that was the way to control the narrative. But if you can control AI, and AI can start calculating and manipulating people's behavior, you're going to not just control the narrative, you're controlling the psychology of the society and the actual activities of the society. It's dangerous. It's really dangerous what's happening.
Think about it with AI on the rise, Brian, and how some of the big tech players have the power to be able to do some of these things. The president has tried to reverse that. It seems like some of these CEOs have jumped on board with him now because it's in their interest to do so. But it does remind you of the power of AI, which is at the end of the day, yes, it's a chatbot, yes, it's ChatGPT, but somebody's programming it, and that person wields a lot of power.
It's way beyond that now. The generative AI videos and the chat, people can get onto these chats and talk to people, and they think they're talking to a human. It's way more advanced than just ChatGPT now. Way more advanced. People are gonna. They need to outlaw the use of AI for campaign ads and manipulation.
Why I like a lot of competition. I like algorithms. I like AI products where you can say, I feel like I'm getting biased results from this one. This one doesn't seem to give me that. But if all these states get into this algorithmic discrimination game and they start putting these blanket regulations on it, then I think you actually lose the competition. You end up with the one or two preferred guys in the state with the political connections, and they become the dominant one, and they've got to make sure that they don't create any disparate.
Breaking news: Trump threatens massive increase of tariffs on Chinese goods. The stock market just went down. It's at 6,631. It went down. The S&P 500 went down 105 points so far. Welcome to America.
impacts, right? So we lose this whole idea of justice in the process. Forget about the outcome. Make sure the process is just. That's how America works. The left always they define justice as equal outcomes, right? That's their whole equity thing. So they want equity in AI models, which I think David Sachs is right. It means all these guys are going to build DEI into this.
So Sachs called the blue state approach regulatory overreach on steroids, saying it forces companies to navigate 50 different state regimes. It's worse than the EU, Jacob.
They will just bypass the states. If you make it that difficult for a tech company to operate and put out, say, a new large language model, they will just wall it off from Colorado. So enjoy your Luddite existence. I hope that's actually what happens. However, a lot of these, and I laugh, but a lot of these tech companies are so progressive just innately that they do this on their own. And I point back to Google. And Google is not leading the way in artificial intelligence at all. Like, they do not know what to do with themselves because they had the greatest search and they basically crapified it, trying to make revenue from the ads, and now it's just a bunch of garbage. But remember when the Gemini chatbot came out and it had the image tool?
Oh, yeah.
And you could make, create images, and you had
presidents?
Yes, the presidents were Asian. It was like, please create the founding fathers, and they seemed to be from Southeast Asia, and it was a coat of many colors, so to speak. And every image generated was just worse than the last, and they had to essentially shut it down, or they just paused it. That was happening on purpose. There was a code insert into Gemini that told the chatbot every image should be diverse. So Google and its programmers had done that intentionally because, again, diversity, equity, and inclusion must be forced on the American people. And it was a laugh riot. But that's what happened.
But it's not just Google, the woke folks at Google. Even Elon Musk's Grok is been accused of doing the same sort of thing because they you go into the sources once they answer your question and you think it's too woke, you go into the sources. They're getting their source information from NPR, from the New York Times, etc. Of course, they get garbage in, garbage out. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
It's only as good as it's only as good, these large language models, as what they're fed with.
Yeah, but the point is, it happens not just at the usual woke crowd at Google. It's even happening with Elon Musk's group. I'm going to quote something from somebody that I usually never agree with anything on, who said that it has become algorithmically polarized.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I like it.
And that has happened in progressive content and algorithms as well. Yeah. And that is AOC. AOC, I agree with her on this instance. The question is how to fix it.
Right. Can I add one thing to that? That was something that started happening before artificial intelligence. Yeah. That social media silos people off into groups, and you were walled off from people who have other viewpoints, and it has actually made our polarization much, much worse. Yes. And it's not getting better. It's only getting worse.
I think it became particularly pronounced and obvious during the 2020 elections when people started waking up to the power that social media was having, the influence that it was having.
A couple of prompts in, and I had a walking checkout. No official system could give us what adults with base 44.
Our brand's name is 80 Summers. It's a premium swimwear brand made to help women feel good about themselves.
In other words, a premium swim brand for fat people. All right. Let's listen into Let's listen into MSNBC and Mandami.
Joining us now, the Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral race.
Shit.
Zoran Mamdani.
We're talking about important things, Mika.
No.
I found out, Lemire gave me this information.
Lemire
I
is.
found out he is a commie after all.
Yeah.
He's an Arsenal fan.
I know, that was tough.
Seriously,
And Metsy-ish.
Yeah, that's
fine.
That's what we
As long
like.
as it's not the Yankees.
Yeah, it's worse than a commie, right? So anyway, thank you for being with us. We've got a lot of questions to ask you. I just want to ask you generally. Always ask this question of people about campaigning. It's old politician in me. You know, I always tell you, knock on doors. Takes you about 3 doors to figure out what people are talking about. What are you hearing people talking about more than anything else? When you see them, even people that aren't supporting you, what are they concerned about?
Cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. I've been hearing this since we launched the campaign last October, which is the fact that New York City's become the most expensive city in the United States of America. And I'm hearing from New Yorkers that they can't afford their rent, they can't afford their childcare, their groceries, even $2.90.
So what do they think you can do about it?
Well, what they see is the fact that the mayor has the power to determine whether rents will rise for more than 2 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized apartments. This mayor increased the rent on those New Yorkers by more than 12%. I've said I would freeze it for 4 years. They also know that childcare after housing is the highest cost for a family in the city. And the previous administration, Bill de Blasio, delivered universal pre-K. This admin has just sat and watched as it's pricing people out. We are going to actually deliver universal childcare.
And how much childcare through what age?
6 weeks to 5 years.
Okay. And how much do you estimate that'll cost?
We've seen estimates of around $6 billion or so.
$6 billion. Okay, so here's the question. I'm a small C conservative, a small government conservative. I believe billionaires should pay their fair share. I also understand.
I would reach across and shake your hand, but it's a big table.
It's a big table, but I also understand there's a delicate balance there. You can't tax billionaires here so much. You can't tax companies here so much that decide they're going to go to Connecticut or Texas or Florida. So how do you, while people are shouting and screaming that you're a socialist, how do you balance those two competing interests? You got to keep the businesses here. At the same time, you got to fund these programs.
You know, I think one of the first ways is that you think about your fiscal policy and how it'll actually impact these kinds of corporations. So the proposal we put forward is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey. And now what you're bringing up is, what if that company leaves? Now what we see is with corporate taxes here in New York State, they apply to any business that's doing business here. You could be headquartered in Orlando. Right. As long as you're doing business here, you're subject to that tax. And companies are going to keep doing business here because of the fact that
what about the individual taxpayer?
So what we're talking about is raising taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. They make $1 million or more a year by 2%. And what we've seen is that actually the top 1%, they leave at 1/4 the rate of other tax brackets in New York City. And one of the actual determining factors is quality of life. And this is at the heart of our vision for government, is to deliver the best quality of life in this country. That every New Yorker knows that for any dollar they're taxed, it's getting an ROI that they have not yet seen in the city. One that is going to transform what it means to be safe, what it means to live in a city that's clean, and also what it means to live in a city that takes care of your basic needs.
So here's what I found about New Yorkers, and even liberal New Yorkers. I found this through the years. They like to talk about how liberal and how progressive they are, but if quality of life issues start slipping, they suddenly become very Republican, and they become very conservative. So I think this is something Bill de Blasio.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Download the Kayak app to search and compare prices on flights, cars, and hotels from hundreds of travel sites. Then do what people do. Check sites Kayak already checked. Play word game, play different word games. Chortle.
I think this is something Bill de Blasio, progressive, even understood. Crime fell to the lowest number. The New York Times said, my God, we have to go back to the 1950s to even guess when it's been this safe in New York City. A lot of people are afraid if they elect you, you're going to take your eye off the ball on making New York a safer place. You're going to be hostile towards the police. You're going to change the police commissioner. What do you tell those people who are concerned about safety, quality of life issues, homelessness, people that don't think liberals, don't think it's progressive for somebody who's mentally ill to be sleeping on a grate when it's 4 degrees below zero.
Let's be clear, it's not progressive for that. And quality of life actually has to be at the heart of any progressive politics. And public safety will be the cornerstone for delivering our affordability agenda. And this, what we've seen right now, is
so you're saying you're putting public safety as job number one.
It is a critical
Keeping
focus.
New Yorkers safe,
Absolutely.
making sure that when kids walk to school, they can walk there safely when they're in schooling. So
Absolutely.
you like cops.
Look, yes,
you like police
our
officers.
police officers are going to be the ones we partner with to deliver public safety. And I just want to say a few things, which is that when you ask New Yorkers, where do they feel least safe? They'll often tell you when they're using public transit. They'll say, when I'm on the subway, when I'm in the train, I'll see a homelessness crisis, a mental health crisis, and we've asked cops to be responsible for these crises, whereas their job should really be focusing on serious crimes. And so our vision is allow officers to focus on shootings and murders and the serious crimes that we know New Yorkers are concerned about, and have a Department of Community Safety that deals with the mental health crisis, that deals with homelessness, that actually deploys dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers to the 100 subway stations with the highest rates of these incidents to take those New Yorkers out of the system of the subway and connect them with the services that they need. That's how we're going to deliver.
And if they stay in that subway, if it's the same person day in, day out in that subway, you will give them the authority to make sure they're taken out of the subway.
This is the focus of the Department of Community Safety, is to connect them with services. And if, after we exhaust each and every issue, involuntary confinement is there, but it should be a last resort of what we do.
So defining theme for the next mayor will be the relationship with the White House and President Trump. And Trump and White House officials seem to be salivating at the idea of you winning. We've heard from the president saying, we can't have a...
So you've got that in common with President Trump.
There you go. So what would there's threats to cut funding, there are threats to send in the National Guard, a la what we've seen in Chicago. If the White House tries to do those things and you're mayor, what's the response?
What we're already seeing is a White House that is engaging in the political persecution of its perceived enemies, right? We're seeing that whether we're talking about Attorney General Tish James, whether we're talking about others across this country. And what is so enraging for so many in this city is that Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on the punishment of his political enemies, he ran on easing the cost of living crisis, and he ran on engaging in a program of mass deportation. It's that second promise of the cost of living crisis that brought so many to his campaign, and yet he's unable and unwilling to deliver on that because he's beholden to the very billionaires that are profiting off of that crisis. So what he's doing is focusing entirely on this agenda of punishment and cruelty. What I would do is to actually stand up for New Yorkers. And what I mean by that is you can see in this race right now, the other candidate that is running for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. He released a statement yesterday speaking about this indictment of Attorney General James. He couldn't even name her. He couldn't even name Donald Trump. And he couldn't do those things because he knows that his narrow path to City Hall is paved by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House. And Donald Trump's getting a good return on his investment right now because he's seeing a mayoral candidate, a former governor, unwilling to lift a finger when we see this unprecedented attack, not just on our democracy, but on an attorney general whose only crime is standing up for the people of New York.
So the mayor of Chicago and the governor there has said they would not be supportive of sending the National Guard to help ICE agents with their actions in their city. And that what they got was the President Trump calling for their jailing. If he calls for the same thing here, using the Guard for ICE agents, what would you do from City Hall?
Yeah, I would first of all agree with Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who has made clear that there's no need to deploy the National Guard here in New York City, not for safety, not for security. We trust the NYPD to be in charge of delivering that very thing. And I don't even have to think about the hypothetical of what Donald Trump will call for me, because he's already called for me to be deported. He's already called for me to be denaturalized. He's already called for me to be arrested. And these are the kinds of threats that we know we will have to walk through to defend the people of this city, and I'm prepared to do that.
Commissioner Tisch?
I've said that I'm actively considering it, and the reason that I am is that I appreciate her swift and decisive action of uprooting corruption from the upper echelons of the PD, and also presiding over a historic drop in crime across the city.
I'm curious. So are you 33?
About to be 34.
About to be 34. Okay, so I'm older than you. Okay, so I'm curious who you'd surround yourself with, and also past 5 or 10 governors, mayors of this city. Whose administration, whose leadership would you model yourself most after?
Marxism,
Or just who do you
Marx,
think was
Karl
the
Marx,
other mayors
Lenin.
in the past 5 to 10?
So to your first question, I would surround myself with the best and the brightest. And that means hiring people on the basis of excellence, of merit, of actual track record of results.
And by the way, people will tell you no?
Yes. Because
Are you good with people who tell you
Team of
no?
rivals? Absolutely. You cannot have a team that is characterized by the quickness with which they say yes to an idea. You have to have a team that ensures that when you're privately discussing an idea, you're picking at the strengths and the weaknesses, not one that is just trying to usher it into public. And so that's been a focus of how we're thinking about who we're going to appoint, who we're going to hire, people that can deliver, not the basis of identity or ideology, but results and their track record. And when I look at the mayors of the last few administrations, I find pieces of inspiration, frankly, across all of them.
How they ran government.
Yes, I will say, when we look at even someone like Rudy Giuliani, right, who I have many critiques of, I admire the fact that he made public transit free with Staten Island Ferry. When we look at Mayor Bloomberg, he presided over 850 acres of new green space. He presided over a transformation of the streetscape of the city and a focus on delivery of service that has sometimes been lacking. Bill de Blasio delivered universal pre-K, which is something that took an immense amount of strain off of the backs of so many working class families. And even Mayor Adams, for whom I have no shortage of critiques, his proposal to bring forth City of Yes, which will increase housing production across the city, that's something that deserves to be built on.
So we have the people that come on the show that are very concerned about you as far as your relationship with Jewish voters in New York City, believe that there's like this simmering anti-Semitism. I know months ago you were asked about 1,000 different ways and times to something about globalizing the intifada. Do you condemn that statement? What?
Print prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it, and take
that statement. What do you say to those who believe that you're going to be, if you're mayor, you will, if not be openly hostile to Jews in New York City, at least you will not be as sensitive to their concerns. But and you see this. I mean, you go around New York City, and if the kids in a Jewish school, there have to be armed guards outside all the time. There's constant threats. What do you say to them that say we can't have him in there? He's anti-Semitic.
First of all, to be clear, not only am I not anti-Semitic, but there's no place for anti-Semitism in this city, this state, this country, or this world. And just yesterday, I was with a number of rabbis in Williamsburg who were celebrating Sukkot. And as I was there, one of the rabbis who was sitting alongside me was the same man who had told me months ago of how for decades he had left his door open in New York City. And in these last few years, he started to lock it out of a fear of rising anti-Semitism. And my job is not only to protect Jewish New Yorkers across the city, but it's also to cherish those same New Yorkers. So it doesn't just mean increasing funding for anti-hate crime prevention programming by 800%. It doesn't just mean sustaining and increasing police presence outside of synagogues on high holy days so that Jewish New Yorkers can worship without fear. It also means ensuring that we're embracing a curriculum. We have a curriculum here in New York City called Hidden Voices that celebrates the breadth and the beauty of Jewish life. It has to be implemented across our entire system. And what I've found is that too often we're allowing these moments of support, these moments of protection to be based on who you know. A rabbi calls me on Yom Kippur, says, can you send more police to the synagogue? I make the call. That rabbi shouldn't have to make that call to me. It should be something that he knows is there.
Let me ask you also, in this age of growing anti-Muslim rhetoric, same question for Muslims in this city. What do you do to protect them again and the quote others against growing stem of hate crimes?
I think the first thing is a recognition that this is a city for all of us. This is a city where all of us belong. I would be the first Muslim mayor in New York City's history. And it would be an illustration of the fact that anyone, no matter where they're from, no matter their faith, no matter which borough, that they too could lead this city. And what I've heard from Muslim New Yorkers is a fear about what it means to be Muslim in public. And I can relate to that because I faced that myself over the course of this campaign, where there was a man from Texas that was recently arraigned in Queens for making death threats on myself and my family. He said he wanted an IDF bullet to go through my skull. There have been threats of the kind that I now have to walk around with a security detail. But none of it will dissuade me from moving to the city that I love, because that's what it means to stand up to the kind of rhetoric and the politics we've seen across this country. It's believing in people across the city.
Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral race, Zoran Mamdani. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Appreciate it.
See you
And
soon.
by the way, Mika, for those who say he's too young,
Yeah.
he's going to turn 34. So.
Yeah. Come on.
We got 8 days.
Exactly.
Make sure to do it before the election.
There you go. Okay, we'll buy you a walker.
Okay, still at
All right, let's talk about the IMF.
Luck is just when preparation meets opportunity. Did you guys see
The IMF and the Bank of England have joined the court of institutions warning we're in an AI bubble that could be set to burst. The managing director of the IMF today said AI valuations were getting close to the level of internet companies just before the dot-com crash. And a new report from the Bank of England Financial Committee said this. Equity market valuations appear stretched, particularly for technology companies focused on artificial intelligence. This, when combined with increasing concentration within market indices, leaves equity markets particularly exposed should expectations around the impact of AI become less optimistic. They're not known, these Bank of England reports, for sort of a thrilling style of writing, and translated into language you or I might understand that basically means tech companies might be overvalued, and that given tech companies make up such a big proportion of the value of the stock market at the moment, we could be due a stock market crash. To discuss how much this should concern us, I caught up with economist and host of the Macrodose podcast, James Meadway.
Yes, we should. We should always have been concerned about this. I mean, look, this is technology that doesn't do a really crucial thing for capitalism, at least, which is turn a profit. You know, a report from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology about months ago saying that 95% of firms that installed AI were failing to see much return in productivity out of this. The sort of macroeconomic impact people have been warning for a while is not matching up to the hype. The fact that the industry itself, you've got someone like Sam Altman desperately talking up every new release of ChatGPT. You may have seen ChatGPT 5 out actually about a month ago. Really not doing that much more improvement in the usual benchmarking of these things on previous releases. So the rate of progress as the industry measures it seems to be slowing down. The demands for investment are getting bigger and bigger and more sort of the same. And we finally seen last week these circular deals where you get OpenAI going off to NVIDIA, who make the chips OpenAI use, investing in OpenAI in return for OpenAI buying more chips. In other words, the money's going round and round and round. This starts to look very much like the sort of thing you get right at the top end of the bubble when you're just kind of passing money around yourselves to talk up valuations without actually delivering the thing you promised down the bottom end. So yes, you should be concerned. It's no great surprise the IMF and now the Bank of England are saying that this is a significant risk.
I mean, how would it impact ordinary people? Because there's, people are comparing it to the dot-com crash. And, I wasn't particularly, I suppose I was 10 or 11 at the time. But I don't think that particularly damaged the economy, right? Because you just had some investors lose money. So the crash that I do remember was the 2008 one. And the problem there was that you had lots of high street banks who had lent a lot of money to buy houses, which didn't end up sort of having the value that people believed they would have. People couldn't pay their mortgages, and then the whole system unwound. The issue there was that there was lots of bad debt held by the same banks that we use, and so massive government bailouts were needed. This, as far as I understand, when it comes to sort of Meta and Google, they're directly reinvesting their profits, so this isn't even necessarily debt at all. And then when it comes to OpenAI and the newer companies, they're getting the money from venture capital or private credit or whatever. So why would it matter to people who haven't invested in these companies if there were to be an AI crash?
A couple of things to that. I mean, look, the place where this looks like it lands is close to the dot-com bubble. And actually, you sometimes find Sam Altman and various people in the industry have even used this as an example. No, it was Jeff Bezos the other week talking about the dot-com bubble and how you can have this big expansion investment, everybody overinvests, and then the thing kind of collapses, but you're still left behind with a load of useful infrastructure. The dot-com bubble out of the back end of that, we've got Google and Amazon and all these big companies that we see now. The infrastructure, the modern internet was put together because there was this wild, speculative overinvestment, loads of crazy ideas, online pet shopping, whatever it might be. And it wiped out a load of stuff that doesn't work and left behind loads of things that does work, right? That's the theory of why bubbles are good in capitalism. If you get something like that, you can sort of go, okay, it's not too serious. I mean, there's a bit of a recession in the US. The Federal Reserve moves very quickly to cut interest rates at the time, and you sort of power on through. September 11th, just afterwards, and the US economy, kind of after wobble, keeps on growing in the world economy with it. 2008, exactly as you say, because it's right in the banks at the centre of the system, these really massive financial institutions that are tied into everything, it's a really serious crash. So it doesn't look so much like 2008, more like 2001, to the extent that you have AI companies that are not in the same way systemically important. And as you point out, a load of the really big ones, the ones that are well established and just incredibly large reserves of their own cash, are going to be protected from this sort of thing. The bit where it matters is that it arrives with absolutely everything else going a bit crazy. Stocks or shares across the world, US, UK, everywhere. There's lots and lots of things happening that look like a bubble. And everything bubble, people sometimes call it. Absolutely everything seems to be going a bit mad. And that's where you start thinking, okay, a collapse in one part can start to lead to a cascade across other bits of the financial system. And that's where people can start to get hurt, because obviously if the financial valuations collapse, then what growth that we've had out of the back end of what's been taking place over the last year, but particularly in the US, I mean, about 40% of US GDP growth in the last 12 months is basically due to AI investments. So that shrinks. The whole economy is getting pushed into recession. That's where it starts to look more serious, right? So you have this sort of knock-on effect on demand on what companies are doing, and then it can start to turn to something like a more serious recession. So that's the kind of risk that we're looking at here. Not so much 2008, like the global economy is going to collapse sort of thing, but certainly something that threatens a more sort of classic bubble of recession thereafterwards.
I suppose one other thing that makes me think about this slightly differently compared to sort of other potential bubble scenarios, I mean, I think there probably is an AI bubble, but is that lots of this money, as I said before, it is being spent by companies with their own cash. So I can see the argument that sort of Sam Altman, this is a new company, I can see why he wants to build up pipes so that they can get venture capital. He knows that this is a risky bet, but he might as well try and get this investment anyway, right? Because he's a new entrant. When it comes to Google, Meta, they're spending, I think, a huge proportion of their profits on all of this. So I don't see the sort of rational choice reason why they would be investing their own money, their own profits, into a technology which is all hype, is all hot air. I suppose, what do you think about that?
There's a few things on that. I mean, the first one is that the internet economy, the core bits of it, this attention economy, has been having some underlying profitability issues for some time. You've probably seen the figures for social media use declining fairly consistently with fewer people online. That, other things being equal, means you're going to be making less money out of them if you're Facebook or Google or whoever it might be. It's a similar problem when you're Facebook and you've got 2 billion users and upwards. You're actually running out of new users to find. You're running out of ways to monetize what you're doing. What AI offered, and people might remember when Mark Zuckerberg was launching Meta back in the day, the metaverse are all going to sort of float around as regular disembodied heads and all do everything we do in a kind of weird online world, but it didn't happen. So they went and invested in AI instead. They're scrambling around looking for something that's going to work, so the returns aren't there on their core business. And that's probably the underlying story here, and why they've been chucking so much money into this. And it's still a problem. It's still a problem if you have, you're saying, so 50, 60, 70, $100 billion we're chucking in to something we expect to meet that in the valuation. And then, of course, the value of the thing collapses and you're left with a massive liability still because you spent all this money, but you have not very much to show for it out the other side.
That was James Midway speaking to me earlier today. I'm now joined by Helena, aka No Justice MTG. Welcome to the show.
It's good to be here. It's been a while since I've been on this side of the camera too. And it's been a while since I've been on the show with you, so it's good to be back.
Yeah, it's great to have you on. I don't see you so much now. You're hosting on the Thursdays. I want to get you on as many Wednesdays as we can as well. I've got a slightly different AI story for you to get us going. This is from ABC News. They report that Deloitte is to partially refund the government of Australia for a report full of apparent AI-generated errors. So Deloitte, of course, one of the biggest consultancies in the world. They're paid very well. This is from that article. Deloitte Australia will partly refund the $440,000 Australian dollars paid by the Australian government for a report that was littered with apparent AI-generated errors, including a fabricated quote from a federal court judgment and references to non-existent academic research papers. The financial services firm's report to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations was originally published on the department's website in July. A revised version was published Friday after Chris Rudge, a Sydney University researcher of health and welfare law, said he alerted the media that the report was full of fabricated references. Deloitte had reviewed the 237-page report and confirmed some footnotes and references were incorrect, the department said in a statement Tuesday. Deloitte had agreed to repay the final installment under its contract. The department said the amount will be made public after the refund is reimbursed. They only have to repay the final installment. It sort of seems like, I mean, when I did my master's, there is quite a lot of you write the thing and then you try and find who you can reference afterwards to something. You shouldn't do it, but it's sort of like a lazy thing that does happen. But that makes it seem like the final bit was finding the references.
You always do your lit review. Yeah, he's totally fucking wrong. You always do your lit review and you map it, depending on what kind of research you're doing. But you do a lit review, you map it. Certain scholars say this and found this. Certain scholars say this, found that. You start your lit review process after you create your question, your research question. And then based on what you find in the lit review, then you write the lit review and then you try to contribute to it. This group may be wrong based on this, new information. This particular theory is strengthened. That's how you do it. If you do it the other way around, where you just write something and then find sources to just prove your point, that's totally the wrong way to do it. Totally. That's not even being scholarly, because you don't know what the other side of the argument is. There has to be a dialectic. What the hell? What? I'll tell you, just people today are stupid. Even the educated ones that are coming out of school, they don't know how to fucking write. They don't know how to research, because everything's on autopilot now.
That got done wrong because it was made up. That's the only bit the Australian government is going to have to pay for. Helena, I would probably demand a full refund if it turned out that, I paid a couple $100,000 for a report which had very clearly been made by AI, because the fact that you have these fake references, it's not just that the references are wrong, that proves that the whole thing was just fabricated. Or not fabricated, was just put through a machine, or lots of it. Maybe I shouldn't say the whole thing in case Deloitte Australia sues us, but it puts doubt on the whole document, one would have thought.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, what this really is an intersection of two parts of the economy that is there to strip away state capacity, which is consultancy and artificial intelligence, right? It is not surprising to me that it is people like the Tony Blair Institute who are trying to incentivize the government to take on AI, essentially to replace public sector capacity. Tony Blair was open in saying that this will cut back on the amount of civil servants they need to employ, the amount of public sector staff that they need, right? And consultancies have always been there to ensure that state capacity is being subcontracted out to their coffers. Is any wonder why that, given the fact that we don't want any of this capacity to go to actual public sector employments, but we do subcontract it out, they are also then delegating it further to an artificial intelligence or to a large language model. And this is the problem really that we have here, is that they've always had this incentive to want to cream money from the state for what is, in my mind, very little actual productive value, that they would then input such less productive value because they...
My observation working in corporate back in the day, right? My observation was consultants like Deloitte or McKinsey or Boston Consulting, they're all garbage. It's all garbage. A good financial planning and an analysis team and a business unit team can do far better because they know the institution well. They have institutional knowledge, institutional history, and they can create a better product. All right. What happens is, in a large organization, to give them plausible deniability for the board or the subcommittee, they go, well, we had an outside consultant come in and this is what their findings were, and we agree or disagree. They need that plausible deniability. That's why it's happening. But the thing is the product, if you're a consultant, working for these, like McKinsey, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Now, take it one step further. Goldman Sachs think that they're the smartest people in the room, right? No, they're actually the dumbest. I saw it firsthand in these board meetings. They're not that bright, and it's all fluff and no substance. So McKinsey and these institutes for wealth management, like Goldman Sachs, garbage.
Generated this with AI to the point at which it is throwing up fake references and fake quotes. And this is actually really important in the UK. So I mentioned obviously our state's obsession with AI due to the kind of links that it has to the sector through the kind of bodies that funds or is closely linked to people in government. Peter Kyle, when he was the science and tech minister, was a real kind of champion for the AI in the public sector. When you're using it to essentially replace workers rather than just as a productivity tool to make workers work better, this is what you're going to get. It isn't a master strategy. It isn't this kind of all-encompassing tool that can replace human interaction, at least not in its current form. It's there to be able to assist people doing the jobs they already do to make
It's interesting she's saying this because I was overhearing a conversation about almost a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Individual was talking on the phone and he was doing research. He was writing a research paper, most likely a master's level. And this person was explaining to the other person on the phone that if you try to do the research on AI, you'll notice that many of the citations are wrong, or they may be citing the citation right, but the true conclusion may be wrong. Like, for example, if you write a paper that's doing a dialectic, all right, where you have a big section of the lit review where you are saying one side of the argument, and then you have another big section of the paper that's saying the other side of the argument. And then in your discussion section, not the lit review section, but in your discussion section, you may be having your own thoughts on which side is right, maybe neither, all right, based on new research or new data or whatever, all right? The AI randomly picks at times an argument that you're stating as a contrarian point of view. And it's not your actual conclusion. So you can be getting the right citation. There's two things that happens here. They may be getting the wrong citation, the correct conclusion, or they can have the right citation and the wrong conclusion because it picked up the dialectic discussion in the lit review. So you got to really be careful. Now, can AI speed up research? Yes. But you have to take the time and verify. You have to verify, does this make sense? You have to actually dive in. See, what's happening now with people that are doing research is that they're not reading the lit reviews. They're not reading the content. They're not getting saturation of the topic. So if you read enough articles, enough scholarly articles, you will get saturation in that research. But if you don't read it and you're just getting summaries and you're not getting saturation, and therefore you have only a 40% understanding, not 100% understanding, because you haven't reached saturation. And so AI is a problem because you're not getting saturation during your research phase, during the lit review phase. You're only getting summaries. So if you have a society that's just used to getting summaries and not fact checking, one, even if the facts are right, you still only have command of the situation 40% because you haven't reached saturation. Because when you read through the whole article, depending on what kind of research you're doing, but let's say it's a quantitative research, you got to understand the methods. You got to understand what the procedures were, what some of the problems may have been during the data collection, you need to understand the drawbacks of the methods, not just the conclusion. You got to understand the whole setup of the research. What was known at the time, what was available at the time, what was, there's a historical context that one needs to have. You don't get that out of just a simple query on an AI, right? So it's really important to get saturation when you're doing this research. So if you're not getting saturation on your research, right? If you're not putting in the time to get to saturation, then you're really not, you don't command the topic. You only have a sub-level of understanding. You have maybe an undergrad level of understanding, not a graduate level of understanding. That's the big difference. People would say, what's the difference between a graduate and an undergraduate? Well, an undergraduate has a certain base knowledge, typically broad, but not deep. When you go into graduate studies, you're honing in on a field and getting deeper and knowing more about that field. You're not growing in your other fields of knowledge from your undergrad years, but you are diving in deeper. And so you get these saturations. You don't normally get saturation at undergrad level, but you do get saturation at graduate level. But if you're circumventing the process by just using AI to do your lit review and not going in and verifying and reading the articles, because a good research paper is going to have 150 to 200 citations. Well, you're going to need to read 200 to 200, 150 to 200 articles or papers or white papers or whatever the research is. It depends on what the type of research you're doing. But the thing is that you got to get saturation on the topic. You can't get it if you're just doing AI. So you expand this out to people that are in consulting, people that are in academia, people that are at corporate, and eventually over time, in 5 years, the stupidity level will increase and the actual knowledge of the topic of the industry starts to go down. Well, the computer told me this. I don't know, boss. The computer said this. That's what's going to happen. So if you really want to be a thinker, you need to step away from it and say, it's a tool. It's like a wrench or a hammer. AI is a tool. And sometimes the tool doesn't work as well depending on the job you want it to do. But the thing is that you have to put on your thinking cap if you still have brain cells and realize that you have to be discerning. Because just because the AI says it doesn't mean it's right. Because it may have been taking, if you write, let's say, for example, all contrarian perspective in, let's say, a 200-page book, and 199 pages is a contrarian view that is of an argument, and then you write one page, I'm talking in hyperbole here, but one page of what you really believe, right, is the proper conclusion. The AI is going to think the contrarian view and not yours. Many of the times, not always, but many of the times. There's the problem. So if you don't do a dialectic in your research and you just state what you think based on facts or based on reasoning, then the AI will pick it up correctly. But if you use rhetoric in a certain way that sets up the stage for the discussion, which is the proper way to do it, then the AI may not pick up on that nuance. And you may get the wrong conclusion. You may get the wrong, but then it also does citation problems too. Sometimes the citation's wrong, not by a little, not by by a lot. So you got to be careful, right? Right now, as AI gets better and better, it may improve. But the point is that just because AI, let's just say 5 years from now, they don't have citation errors and they don't have dialectic errors. All right? That still means that you haven't reached saturation to understand the topic. You have to put in the time to read the articles to understand the methods. What's the strength of the methods? What's the weakness of the methods? What was the prior research? What's the contemporary research on the topic? Has things changed? Are there new data sets? Certain researchers from this region found it to be like this, and other researchers from this region found it to be like that, and then try to understand why there may be a discrepancy. That's reaching saturation. You don't get that when you're doing AI and just copying and pasting and doing a little bit of stitching. And there's the problem. So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to get $150,000 sheepskin, or $250,000 or $400,000 sheepskin, and they can't write, they can't think, they can't analyze. So if you're in, let's say you're a Gen Xer and you know your stuff, right? In whatever discipline that you're applying to, then what you do is that when you're in the interview, you show that prowess. You show that ability that you can think through things and that you don't need to rely on AI. Ones that rely on AI all the time, 80% of them, their IQs are going down, 80%. Because they're getting into this mindset that the machine must be right. And they're not reaching saturation by putting in the hard work. So just walk over the individuals during the interview. Because most likely the HR people are stupid. So use fancy words, be a little bit aggressive, and basically don't be worried about saying, oh, you know what? The strengths that you have are far superior than the ones that are so aligned with using AI. Now, using AI as a tool, but not as a crutch, is what needs to be done. But what you're going to see in many corporations is it's being used as a crutch. And when you use it as a crutch, you don't get the muscle memory and the building of strength. You don't build a knowledge base. You're just weak. You're just weak. And so what happens is that the whole workforce starts to go down in terms of real skills. They can't spell, they can't write, like real skills. They can't do math. AI, what's my name? That's the society that we're building right now. So you have multi-billionaires creating all this money, and you have the little people ending up getting dumber and dumber and dumber and poorer and poorer and poorer.
What we're seeing here, what we're going to be seeing more of, is this happening more and more often. There was a case with a research paper that had a bunch of stats inputted into it. It was also done by AI as well. That was more deliberate than what we're seeing here from Deloitte. And broadly, there's a really great book that everyone should go and read, which is The Big Con by Mariana Mazzucato and Rosie Collington. There's downstream of Mariana Mazzucato talking about it. Rosie Collington spoke to on Learning Economics, doing really good stuff about this, which is that unless you actually have humans who are trained to do the things, to understand the role of governments and how governments are supposed to act internally, you will continue to lose state capacity. You will continue to lose that knowledge base, that skills base that should be held by the public sector, and through proper training and proper maintenance and proper retention should be kept in the public sector so we keep that skills base. It's no wonder that our current government, having promised to slash consultancy spend by 50%, is now spending more on consultancies, because this is a bunch of people who haven't really governed before, who haven't learned the skills of governing. In fact, spend most of the time in preparation for government, not actually learning what they were going to do, but purging the left from their own party. And so, of course, in the absolute absence of any actual skills base for them to draw upon, any actual understanding or the knowledge of what governance is, they have had to resort to subcontracting it out to people like Deloitte who do this kind of hack jobs, because again, when they're on a government contract, they have no incentive to have goods delivery. There's no incentive, there's no market that they're trying to be able to compete in.
I'm going to have to stop. I'm going to have to stop her. She's right on this. I'm going to have to stop her. I'm going to go to Bloomberg because of this. Trump threatens massive increase in tariffs on Chinese goods. This is really moving the markets now. It's at 6,635. VIX is now at 20.60. It was trading in the 16s. It popped up intraday for VIX at 22.18.
No, I mean Tom Keene on balance of power.
Well, you got lucky. Your agent ran into my agent, and there were,
Yeah.
this. And
He must have been having lunch in the neighborhood. He was at the monkey bar or something. Thank you, Tom. It's great to see you. Have a great weekend.
He's a man of impeccable taste. That's where he goes when it comes to New York.
I follow him around.
The team that plays Phil Silvers. He knew I was under that TV.
We got to do this, the three of us. I mean, my
This
God,
is
Charlie,
fun.
just stay right where you are. It was fun. Thank you, Tom Keene. You know,
Yes.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Start your day there every day. Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. And we want to put a finer point on the trade right now at 22 minutes past noon East Coast time. Charlie Pellet on the markets live from World Headquarters in New York. Where do we have to
So right now, low across the board. I do want to begin, though, with the intersection of Washington and Wall Street, specifically economic data. I was just joking about that just a couple of moments ago. But the Bureau of Labor Statistics says it will publish the September Consumer Price Index on October 24th, 8:30 a.m. Washington time. The release will allow the Social Security Administration to meet statutory deadlines necessary to ensure the accurate and timely payment of benefits. Of course, no other releases will be rescheduled or produced until the resumption of regular government services. Stocks lower after President Trump threatened, quote, a massive increase of tariffs on Chinese goods, rekindling fears about an escalation of the trade war. Stocks lower across the board. The S&P down by 1.4% right now, down 96, 66.39. Dow lower by 483, drop there of 1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 438 on NASDAQ, a drop right now of 1.9%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is down 1.6%. Selling is widespread. The Bloomberg Max 7 Index down now by 2.1%. 10-year, 4.07% with a 2-year, 3.54%. Gold up $9 the ounce, a little changed actually, up just about 0.2%, below 4,039.86. West Texas Intermediate crude below $60 a barrel, tumbling now by 4.1%. WTI with a 59 handle, 59.03. And Bitcoin down 1.6%, 119,150. Automaker Stellantis' third quarter shipments climbed 13%, led by a rise in North America, pointing to a recovery after the ailing car maker worked down inventory in the United States. Shares of Stellantis, they are trading lower by 6%. Ford down 0.8%, GM down 0.6%, and Tesla's tumbling by 2.9%. Recapping and repeating our top stories, stocks fall as President Trump's remarks fuel trade jitters. Balance of power continues now. We got you covered on this developing and major story. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, many thanks. Charlie Pellet will help us get through the hour here as we track the trade on Wall Street following the Truth Social post. This hit just before we came to air with a more than 500-word post on Truth Social that we just went through with Tom Keene and Tyler Kendall, and it does have things upside down at the moment. We'll keep tabs. And by the way, assuming the president speaks to the media when he gets out of Walter Reed, and there's no guarantee that he will, we'll of course bring his comments to you here. There is a 5 p.m. announcement, as they're calling it. It's related to farmer prices that'll be at the White House for the late edition of Balance of Power.
Before we continue on with Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula will help you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep per night. Take it every day right before you go to bed. This will also help to detoxify your central nervous system and consolidate memory. Very important. And by getting proper sleep, you're helping with your neuron health and you are slowing down the aging process. Vitamin B complex helps to boost up your energy levels. The first 4 B vitamins helps the health of the mitochondria. It helps with the electron transport chain, so you'll have more ATP. Vitamin B complex increases your cellular metabolism, and vitamin B complex helps to protect your neurons. Very important. So a great neurostack would be taking the Goodnight formula and the vitamin B complex. For also neural health, clarity factor. Clarity factor is going to get rid of that brain fog, allow you to concentrate, and over time improve the dendritic connections between your neurons, so you will be able to think faster, you'll have better memory. Take it every day, drink it with filtered water. Super important. So a very powerful neural stack. Vitamin B complex, the Goodnight formula, and the clarity factor. Now, having good cardiovascular health also helps the brain and your other systems because you have better perfusion. Now, omega-3, super important to take. Why? Because it brings down inflammation. It's going to help with the lipid profile and reduce the stickiness of your red blood cells. So take omega-3 to help with your cardiovascular health, but good cardiovascular health also helps with brain function because it's creating a microenvironment to help your neurons to be healthy. So a powerful neural stack would be taking the omega-3 clarity factor, the Goodnight formula, and also take the vitamin B complex. And like I said, if you stack these appropriately, you're going to benefit, you're going to have these synergistic benefits versus just taking one supplement. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5. Get healthy, slow down the aging process. And like I said, people that are 40 years of age or older, within 5 years, you're going to know 30% of the people within your social network, they're probably going to get early onset of dementia because of the crisis that we went through in 2020. If you don't start protecting your neurons now, you're increasing your chances of having problems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
It's the 13th to 14th DSCC chair, Kirsten Gillibrand, will still attend, Democrat from New York. There's a big Republican party this weekend in South Carolina as well. That goes through Sunday. John Thune is apparently pulling out, but you're going to have a lot of members raising a lot of money, clinking glasses and drinking cocktails and golfing and all the rest. Should these be happening?
You know, what's interesting, Joe, is that up until this is probably the first time I can remember that there has been a shutdown and fundraising has continued overtly. There have been lots of times when you'll see these fundraisers happen and members will not go, but their staff and their fundraising teams will still continue to raise money. But for some reason, and I can't really tell why it is, this shutdown feels different. And I do think it's because both sides think they're winning the debate right now.
That's right. Everyone's got the moral high ground, which is a recipe for a standoff. Lisa, we have breaking news. Somehow it always happens when you're on the air with us live. You talked about this feels a little bit different. It just got a lot more different. Russ Vought, portrayed in an AI video that was posted by the White House just days ago as the Grim Reaper. Just now on Twitter, the RIFs have begun. Okay? The layoffs have begun. The head of OMB says, this is now happening. We're trying to get information on what exactly this means, Lisa, what kind of numbers we're talking about. But how does this now change the dynamic for Democrats and Republicans?
I think it doesn't work in favor of Republicans. I think it hurts them more than it hurts the Democrats. I mean, the Republicans are in charge of everything, and now they're saying that there's going to be risks. I mean, there was that threat, but the fact that they're talking about it now, on the day that people are not getting paid, on the week before the military will not get paid, I don't know, Joe. Right now, you're asking me for my fresh hot take off of this. To me, this seems tone deaf. It seems like not the right time to do that.
I know that leaders on Capitol Hill were feeling the same way. The headline just went red on the terminal. Trump budget chief Pope says layoffs have begun. There you have it on your screen if you're with us on YouTube. It is real. It is no longer just a threat. Now, Lisa, I had a conversation with the Speaker of the House this week and asked him about President Trump's ideas that some federal workers who were furloughed should not receive back pay. He didn't give me an up or down. He said there are several different legal analyses that are floating around right now. Is this going to be the next problem?
You know, Joe, I've been saying it since the start. So many of my friends who are furloughed right now are saying at least there is going to be back pay. And I said, you know, the rules, the playbook, it is so different. And they were referring back to that 2019 law that said that they would be paid for their time. This is a totally new, we're in new territory here. And so I would not be surprised if this administration continues to move forward with that kind of movement. I think the speaker's in a tough spot. He can't say one way or the other. He's got to keep the president happy. He's got to keep his members happy. He's got to keep the country happy. But the president and the administration really don't seem to be all too worried about that. But they also know that that's not going to affect how midterms turn out because nobody's going to remember in another 12 months.
Well, we've got a couple of elections that will take place before then. Mm-hmm. And this will be the backdrop now. There was a ripper of a debate last night. Of course, you know a little bit about Virginia, Lisa, and we saw the two candidates for governor go at it. I didn't really hear what half of it was about because Winsome Earl Sears decided to show up with a strategy to interrupt Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, in every answer, multiple times, to the point where the moderators were pleading for her to stop. There's a story like this now. Virginia is chock full of federal workers. So is Maryland right next door. Every state's got a lot of them, but there are huge concentrations here because of the federal government and the presence of the military. Who does this help in a gubernatorial contest against the backdrop of a government shutdown?
Joe, Abigail Spanberger was always going to win this race. Winsome Sears is not the right candidate for the job. She is, even the way she behaved last night was classic. Just poor behavior all around. It is not what people want. You cannot take the playbook that Donald Trump uses every single day and try to use it for yourself. He is a one and only guy. It is not the playbook that others can use and be successful. It's not going to help her. She should have been it should have been a better performance last night. It was awful. I'm embarrassed for the party. I'm embarrassed for the way she behaved. Wow. And I think that the way that this is happening, Joe, just fuels and offers more and more support for Abigail Spanberger. She will win that race in Virginia.
Well, in our remaining couple of minutes, let's tap your experience as a veteran of New Jersey politics. Of course, born and raised, so you don't mess with Lisa Camuso Miller. Jack Citarelli is planning a big bash on the Jersey Shore. And there have been a lot of different elements, I know, in this campaign, this race that have brought he and Mikey Sherrill a lot closer than what we're seeing in Virginia. How's this going to shake out in New Jersey?
This is the way New Jersey does politics. Don't forget, I was political director in that state for a year when George W. Bush was on his way to the White House in 2000. This is going to be a remarkable race. Jack Citarelli has a long history of being a loyal, fantastic elected official in the state. He has demonstrated over and over again that he's the right guy for the job. Mikey Sherrill stepped on her crank this week, Joe. She talked about the fact that nobody in town eats pork roll or Taylor ham. And listen, if you're not from New Jersey, maybe you don't know this, but that was probably the biggest gap I have seen in a very long time, where she showed that she is not a native. She's not someone that people are going to be able to identify with. And I think that
I'm going to listen into CNBC about this tariff threat.
Hello traders, and welcome back to the Trading View channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we developed in partnership with OpenAI.
Market has moved sharply lower in just the past few moments.
You don't need an indicator from an AI. Really. Unless you're trading like 500 stocks and you need them in real time on buy, sell, for high frequency trading. The average person doesn't have the money to do high frequency trading. The average person wouldn't benefit from something like that. And most people don't have the money to invest in 500 different equities. So why the hell would you need something like that? See, if you lose the ability to think, to see patterns, do pattern recognition, and you rely on an artificial system like an AI, then you have a problem because you can't think. Oh, you'll be able to focus on something else. Really? I do a lot of stuff, right? And I don't need AI to tell me where the entry level and support level positions are for different types of equities. And this whole show is telling you. I I have a dashboard on the live stream on my website and through YouTube that's giving you real-time movement. And I tell you where the support levels and the entry-level positions are. And we're not using AI. It's just experience by being on a trading floor. Over-reliance on AI is stupid.
Probably because of some breaking news we're getting out of the White House and a fresh post on Truth Social. For that, we'll turn to Heyman Jackers. Heyman?
Carl, that's right. This is the president now reacting on social media to the Chinese move earlier to restrict rare earth materials coming out of that country to nations around the world. The president posting a lengthy post on social media here, but in it, he's threatening unspecified retaliation against the Chinese side. He also seems here to cancel his scheduled meeting that's coming up with President Xi Jinping of China. The president here saying this was a real surprise, not only to me, but to all the leaders of the free world. I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems no reason to do so. The president going on to say that the Chinese letters about rare earths were especially inappropriate, and that this was the day that, after 3,000 years of bedlam and fighting, there is peace in the Middle East. I wonder if the timing was coincidental. So the
breaking news: massive blast in Tennessee plant leaves several dead and others missing.
Here objecting not only to the Chinese move on rare earths, but to the fact that it appears to have stepped on the news of his apparent peace agreement with Israel-Hamas yesterday. The president also suggesting that there are a number of unspecified retaliatory measures that the United States can take here in response to China. It says for everything they have a monopoly on, the United States has two, and they're looking at ways to respond. He says, ultimately, though potentially painful, it will be a very good thing in the end for USA. One of the policies that we are calculating at this moment is a massive increase of tariffs on Chinese products coming into the United States of America. There are many other countermeasures that are likewise under serious consideration. So the president here seeming to cancel his meeting with Xi Jinping of China, also threatening a massive increase in tariffs and unspecified additional countermeasures. All of this on social media now, Carl, as we say, in response to that move by the Chinese on rare earths yesterday. Back over to you.
Yep. Market totally doesn't like the tariff.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. So you can watch videos while reading, searching, shopping. Try 1 month free.
Yep. Market totally doesn't like the tariff conversation. Amen. We did have NASDAQ was working on its 33rd record high of the year, now down a full percent. The export controls on rare earths was a story yesterday, Amen. And the thinking was this was standard leverage building ahead of the meeting in a few weeks. I'm trying to think of what might have changed between then and today.
Well, I think that the president's reaction to it has changed, right? I mean, the president was busy yesterday, had a number of things going on. And so maybe this is his first opportunity to really decide what he wants to do. I will point out, Carl, that just if you look at the tone of this, it's a lengthy, and I think you could characterize this as an angry response to the Chinese, but it's also a non-specific response to the Chinese. He's saying there seems no reason to do so with the Xi meeting. So it seems as if that meeting is being canceled, but it's not actually canceling that meeting. And it's also threatening a whole host of retaliations here on areas that the United States has monopolies on, but not specifying which ones, threatening a massive increase in tariffs, but not specifying which ones. So I think you can put this in the category of presidential venting right now. It's obviously a sharp reaction to the Chinese move and threatening a bunch of countermeasures, but not actually executing yet on those countermeasures. So for market participants, what you want to watch for is whether there's follow-up to this. Is this just the president sounding off, or are there specific countermeasures that are going to be put in place, and are we going to see those additional tariffs? I think that is a kind of wait-and-see mode right now, as both sides are looking to get as much rhetorical leverage as they can. The Chinese side fired their salvo yesterday. The president's firing his salvo right now. What is going to come of this? Can that meeting be saved at APEC in South Korea? I think that's still a possibility given the language here and the vagueness of the threats from the president. But this is clearly an escalation of tensions, and markets obviously don't like that.
Yeah, and it sounds like it also adds to some concern from European allies as well. Germany coming out and saying that China's curbing of the rare earths exports is of great concern there. What do we know in terms of who else is kind of in the same camp as the U.S. with regard to concerns surrounding the move by China?
Well,
and
look,
whether that matters in terms of leverage?
I mean, I think it does matter, and anybody who's importing these rare earths is going to be sensitive to Chinese moves, right? So that's basically everybody who participates in that market in the world. The United States particularly vulnerable here, and remember, the president has taken a number of steps recently to ensure that the U.S. can continue to produce rare earths, can do the mining and all the things associated with that that are necessary for that industry, because they've been made uneconomic by Chinese subsidies, uneconomic in the United States by Chinese subsidies in China. So the president has been taking action on this front, but this was the Chinese using their leverage yesterday in advance of the U.S. ability to get its own markets up and running. So the Chinese kind of taking advantage here of a vulnerable moment of transition for the United States as the United States tries to get off the Chinese market and into its own market for these things. The Chinese recognizing that they had a limited window perhaps and using that leverage while they had it. Now the question is, what does the president mean by massive tariffs? What does he mean by countermeasures? And is this meeting with Xi Jinping actually going to be canceled? I mean, the president's language here says, it seems to be unnecessary to have this meeting. Does that mean it's canceled? Does it mean it's not canceled? Are we going to see the planes fly or not? And I think that's up in the air, certainly right now. There's probably a road back to salvaging that meeting, but this is, the U.S. response right here.
Right. We're looking at a chart of MP because it sort of crystallizes, Eamon, the American.
Okay, we're going to go to the plant explosion in Tennessee here.
Initial blast occurring at about 7:45 this morning, and it was felt for communities all around the area. Personally, I was about 45 minutes away from this scene when that blast first happened, and I felt it very easily there at my home. And in the hours since, of course, we've learned that there are multiple injuries, but we do not have an exact number. We just got an update a few moments ago from the sheriff here of this community who says he's just not ready to detail how many personnel may have been on site because they're still going through some records, trying to work with the company to find out how many people they may be looking for that may be unaccounted for after this shift, but they are confirming fatalities. We begin to see some images, Josh, from the air that just show a massive debris field around this site. This is a campus that is, at least you can see it there from WTVF. This is a campus that is hundreds, if not thousands of acres wide. This is a company that works with both the federal government and defense explosives and both private sector as well. And the way this campus is laid out is there are multiple laboratories, multiple buildings spaced out from one another. As you can imagine, that's by design. And this is a campus that stretches way back in the woods out of our immediate field of view from where I'm standing, which is just outside of Gate 1. Now they're trying to go through the process of reunifying family to get information from the company to the families, and certainly those families that are worried about their loved ones. In the past 20 or 30 minutes now, we're beginning to see some of the ambulances that were staged in this area go ahead and leave. In their place, we're starting to see the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation bringing their crime scene trucks, as well as some of those mobile crime labs. And the ATF is on the scene as well, as you can imagine, in a site like this. But just take a look at that on your screen, and you can see a little bit of fire that was still burning at the time that this was taken, but just the debris field of that building when it exploded. And when I say this was felt for miles around, up to an hour away from this actual location is where there are reports of this. And so this is the result. This is the site where all of that happened. The sheriff says they have a methodical task ahead of them to go through and begin processing this scene. They do believe the scene is secure at this time. They don't believe that there will be any subsequent explosions as a result of what have happened here this morning, but they're taking every precaution to limit traffic in the area, certainly limiting access to the facility as this investigation continues. Josh?
And Will, I was going to ask you, what do we know, and you kind of touched on this, but what do we know about this manufacturing facility in general at this point?
We haven't gotten a description of exactly what the explosive material was, what chemicals they made it and working. The company just simply describes themselves as providing these explosives, providing these packages to both the defense space and also personal contracting. So you can imagine that may involve something like the construction industry, and then also for defense purposes, possibly something like a flashbang. So, but what specifically those chemicals are, or how much of that chemical was stored here, it's still unclear, but it was enough to produce an extremely powerful explosion felt for miles.
And my last question here before I let you go, have officials said if they do have another news conference coming up? I know that they are going to update folks later, but any official word on a time or anything like that?
Josh, we understand that probably within the next 45 minutes, we could be receiving an update here from the scene, and we're going to be working to bring that information to you certainly as quick as we can, but we do expect an update and possibly begin to get some numbers as they learn the scope of about how many people they've involved.
All right, Will Nunley, Live Now correspondent, thank you as always for taking the time to join us and breaking it down. I'm sure we'll check in later as we do get more information.
Okay.
Anna, you want to take you out to this live look?
All right, I'm going to go back to Bloomberg. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help you to digest your proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. Reduces the stress on your pancreas and allows you to absorb your nutrients. Super important to take, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. This has bromelain in it, and it'll help to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. And you should be taking digestive enzyme complex during the fall and the winter season because it has proteolytic enzymes that'll break up glycoproteins. Super important. That's why I told you to take the digestive enzyme complex back in the crisis of 2020. Clarity, complete multivitamin. Complete multivitamin is a supplement that you should be taking every day. It has the multivitamins for proper enzymatic activity. The multivitamins in here are cofactors for the enzymes, so they have the right conformations, so they perform better. Your cells will perform better. That's the whole point. And when your cells are performing better, your body is performing better. So this is a foundational piece of the anti-aging protocol. Take this multivitamin, it's easy to digest, and take it with a probiotic. I have two types of probiotics. I have a veggie cap version and a powdered version. By taking a probiotic, you're going to improve your gut biome, help with absorption of your nutrients, your metabolism will be better, your immune system will be better at the gut level. Your communication between your gut and your liver will improve, and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll be able to consolidate memory. Get rid of that brain fog, and you'll be well rested. Super important. And a good probiotic will help over time to improve your skin. So stack the multivitamin and the probiotics, either the veggie cap version or the powder version. This one's the powder version. Stack them with the multivitamin, and that's your foundation to slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg.
And productivity within the government workforce.
So deja vu. I'll tell you what, Jeannie, the headlines are just crashing in here. This has been a heck of an hour. Now Axios is reporting that we have some detail on the president's travel plans. I'll remind you, he's up at Walter Reed for a doctor's appointment right now. We don't know if he's under anesthesia. We don't really know anything about what's been referred to as a semi-annual checkup. We thought that was annual until now. Donald Trump to arrive in Israel Monday morning. According to Axios, he will travel to Egypt Monday afternoon. Jeannie, there's also reporting that while he is in the region, he's going to hold a summit of sorts while he's in Egypt. I'll back up a little bit and remind everybody that there is a public event in the Oval Office scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern Time. It's billed on the White House guidance simply as an announcement. We have since learned that that will involve pharmaceuticals, and CBS News is now saying that AstraZeneca is the pick for a most favored nation pricing deal like we saw with Pfizer. I don't know what the second half of this day is going to be like here, Jeannie, but I feel like the president's going to have a heck of a lot to talk about. Will he need to quantify these layoffs tonight?
Okay, very well. Strap in, Joe. It's going to be a ride.
Yeah, we
I have
are.
so much respect
Always.
for you going forward. Yeah, always on Fridays lately. AstraZeneca looks like it's going to be joining Pfizer. This has been great PR for Pfizer. It'll probably be great PR for AstraZeneca. Not so great for consumers. But of course, the president's going to have so many other things on his plate, and if he allows for questions, and he usually does to his credit, he will likely get a lot of questions on these mass layoffs and, of course, on the big news out of the Middle East. Also, as you mentioned, his health. So much going on like that. It's really important, even though the government is shut down, that the president goes over to the Middle East, because the White House is going to have to keep pressure on both Israel and Hamas in order to get from a phase one, which looks like it's, I shouldn't say a done deal, but everybody says cautiously optimistic. But the phase two and the phase three are going to be the much harder parts of this. We've even seen the Israeli members of the Israeli cabinet on the far right do not describe this as a peace deal or an end of the war. They're describing it as a stop in the hostilities, and that suggests that they may want to resume that once the hostages are back. And of course, Hamas on their side does not want to disarm, and so a lot to do to get from phase 1 to 2, and that's why it's really important that the president go over there, talk to our Arab allies, and of course keep the pressure on both of these sides to move this, because he's been through this before. We had this in January, and we never got to the phase 2 in January.
Rick, were the layoffs meant to coincide with the day that federal workers stopped getting paid? And do you think this would have been announced if he won the Nobel Peace Prize?
A lot to unpack there. No, I don't think it's related to the payment. Remember, most government employees are on a direct deposit. That means they get their money 3 days earlier than this. So mostly it's a bit of a fantasy on these like dates of the payment of people's salaries. That being said, I mean, he's not happy with the decision by the Nobel Committee. And by the way, terrific selection. Maria Machado is a patriot, promoting democracy in Venezuela, very dangerous business. She lives in hiding. Somebody you would expect. But at the end of the day, I think he felt he earned it. And maybe next year's prize will go to him. Who knows? But I would think that maybe more the reaction that he had to China, changing their export requirements for rare earths, maybe have a little extra push in there because he's a little grumpy about that.
Well, he did mention Middle East peace in that very long missive. Jeannie, I've got news for you here. Donald Trump may not be the man you thought he was. He called Maria Machado to congratulate her for her Nobel Peace Prize, according to people familiar with the matter. As I read here in the copy, I've got to finish the line here. Despite speculation, he would be indignant at not receiving the award himself. What does that tell you about the president?
I think it tells me a little less about the president than about Machado. I know Rick was singing her praises. There's a lot of people who are not singing her praises. She is described as a right-wing, somebody who has sided with people like the leader in Argentina, who is a close ally of Donald Trump. This is a big win for somebody like Marco Rubio. And of course, she has been on the side of the United States in its battle so far, and I'm not saying war battle, but battle on the open seas against Venezuela. So I'm not surprised. I thought, and I think I've heard many people describe this as the Nobel Peace Prize trying to have it both ways. They couldn't have possibly voted for Trump. This deal wasn't signed until after voting, but they did go with somebody that clearly his administration support.
There you have it. From Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our Bloomberg Politics contributors will be back in our second hour with a lot more on a breaking news day. If you're just joining us, by the way, Bloomberg matching that news that AstraZeneca is expected to have the deal announced at the White House, a drug fight.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help you to build muscle. It helps with the gene expression to build that muscle. Do resistance training, has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that gene expression to build muscle. Super important to take, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Resveratrol will help to boost up your energy levels, help with the health of your mitochondria. Your ATP will go up. This will also soak up free radicals and help with youthful gene expression. Stacking it together is very beneficial. Vitamin D3 helps to absorb calcium. Vitamin D3 also helps cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. And vitamin D3 helps to reduce the severity of what's going on in the fall and the winter. Vitamin D3 helps with bone density if you're doing resistance training, and also helps with your cardiovascular health. Nattokinase breaks up clots because it's fibrinolytic, and it helps to lower LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Nattokinase is super important for cardiovascular health, and it's going to be important for the fall and the winter because there are going to be more people that are exposed to the S1 subunit, and you're going to have problems with clotting. Be careful. Get nattokinase. All right, let's listen into Letitia James.
When you get injured, they shout. We'll go to battle for you! Hurry! We analyze over a decade of personal injury.
Well, New York Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted on charges of banking fraud and making false statements to a financial institution. James and her fellow Democrats say the prosecution is politically motivated, citing her 2020 lawsuit against President Trump. James released this video statement yesterday. Watch.
This is nothing more than a continuation of the president's desperate weaponization of our justice system. He is forcing federal law enforcement agencies to do his bidding. All because.
Oh, and she's the one that was going after Trump. She said, I'm going to go after Trump. I'm going to find something. And I'm going to prosecute him. Really? Really, Letitia James? Really? Really?
As the New York State Attorney General,
I should say Loretta James.
these charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution at any cost.
Let's bring in Paul Morrow, attorney, retired NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor. Okay, so we know this doesn't surprise us that she would come out and say this, obviously, and that Democrats are going to use this as a political, talking point. But doesn't this case have teeth?
It does, and I have to tell you that all you need to do is read the indictment to see that it does, because it's a very simple, plain-spoken indictment, which is crucial in a financial case. Because in financial cases, they can get very complicated. You could potentially lose the jury. This one doesn't have that. Now, to clear something up, the primary residence issue is not here. That was the initial allegation we all heard about from the power of attorney form. What it comes down to is the following. She signed the operative paperwork to get the loan, saying that the house in Virginia is going to be a second house, not an investment property, a second house for her to go to herself. She's not allowed to have somebody there renting it. Okay, that's how she gets the loan. She then takes her paperwork for her taxes and puts on her tax forms that it is an investment property, and in fact has write-offs relative to the investment property. So internally,
so it's tax fraud.
By her own paperwork, by getting the lower rate for a non-investment property, she saved about $19,000 to this point. That is the crux of the allegation.
That's tax fraud.
Okay, and so here's a senator from Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin. This is what she told CNN on Thursday.
This is part of a bigger trend of the President of the United States using the Department of Justice, using the legal system to go after political adversaries, using the arms of our democracy to go after political adversaries. It's just a broken way to do politics.
I wonder what you think about that, because nobody said that at the beginning when Letitia James went after Trump for the same thing.
Yeah, pretty rich when you consider the fact that that was her promise in coming into office as the Attorney General, that she was going to be using her office to go after Donald Trump, which is really not her remit as supposedly the top law enforcement officer in New York. And let's recognize something else. She also got through, it had to be for her sake, through Albany, a $10 million fund
for anybody who has federal government coming after them for what they've done on the job and off the job, anybody that's been targeted. So she's saying she hasn't accessed that fund yet. $10 million. She's got a high-priced lawyer, Abby Lowell's. I have a feeling the citizens of New York are going to be paying for Abby Lowell's swimming pool. So that $10 million is sitting there waiting for her to access it. The legislature put it through. The governor, Kathy Hochul, signed off on it. But here's the thing. The stakes for her are very high here.
Yeah.
They're not going to plead this out. And if she gets convicted on a felony, which this is, she loses her law license and she has to step down. Essentially, she's going to be unemployable in public life in New York.
I want to go down to Jersey really quickly here. We've got this crazy governor's race. It's getting very, very heated, and there was a big debate last night. Jack Ciarelli says he's going to sue his opponent, Mikey Sherrill, over this comment. Let's listen.
But New Jersey doesn't know as much about his business, how he made his millions, by working with some of the worst offenders and saying that opioids were safe, putting out propaganda. Tens of thousands of New Jerseyans died. And as if that wasn't enough, then he was paid to develop an app so that people who are addicted could more easily get access to opioids. And so as he made millions, as these opioid companies made billions, tens of thousands of New Jerseyans died.
Okay, so that debate happened Wednesday night. I mean, there's always personal attacks. There's always things that people say that are vastly incorrect about their opponent. What makes this different?
So to tease this out, essentially what happens is the following. He has a publishing company. They publish medical stuff. A University of Tennessee study gets published through his publishing company. They control, that is the University of Tennessee, controlled all the editorial content. This is going to come down to one of these things. So what does the language exactly say? What did she exactly say, etc.? The crux of it is the pharmaceutical companies underwrote, paid for some of the study, some of the publication, which is apparently very common in this field. Here's the issue. So in my estimation, that is very close to the line. If nothing else, it's really icky, all right? Because, she's essentially saying you're a murderer. The thing is this, he's a public figure, and a defamation case against it is very tough to win. The bar is higher. It has to be actual malice or really, really reckless. And then even the standard of proof is higher. So it's a tough case. But we all know it's not about winning the case. It's going to be about the politics of him pushing back on her and saying, you've defamed me, you're out of line, I'll see you in court, and, making his bones down.
We're going to see more of it because if she puts it out there, it's in a debate. He says he's going to sue. It's like getting a correction in the New York Times.
Exactly.
It's like one sentence. It doesn't matter. But this race is now pretty much tied. So you're going to see more from her because she's going to get over it.
And I think that's really what's going on here. She's starting to feel it back against the wall.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Got details on the event. We will hear from Donald Trump later, not necessarily from Walter Reed. He's at the doctor right now, but there's an event at 5 p.m., an announcement, as it said, on the White House guidance this morning. Bloomberg's done some digging. It will be a pharmaceutical announcement on pricing like we saw with Pfizer recently, and AstraZeneca is the winner. We've actually been following AstraZeneca shares on a down day, holding up not too badly, down less than 0.5%. Let's bring it to the White House for more on all of this ahead of our conversation with Democratic Congressman Brad Sherman. Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall is at the White House. Tyler, what's turned into a very busy day. Let's start with the layoffs. Bloomberg reporting thousands. Do we have any idea what that number will look like and what agencies will feel the impact?
Well, Joe, that's going to be one of the biggest questions moving forward. We did get this confirmation in this post on X, as you mentioned, from the OMB director, Russ Vought, saying that the reductions in force had begun. That is the technical term that the OMB had asked agencies to make plans for during this memo that we saw circulated in recent weeks. And that memo had asked these agencies to identify those workers whose activities are not paid for via mandatory funds or newly allocated funds from the One Big Beautiful Bill. They had also directed agencies to identify those programs that priorities might not align with President Trump. So we're going to be looking for details like that on which of these federal workers could ultimately be impacted. There is reporting that it is going to be widespread but might not hit every government agency here in Washington. It's good context to keep in mind that this is going to be a nationwide issue. Only about 20% of the federal workforce is here in the nation's capital. An estimated 750,000 federal workers are expected to be furloughed. We're going to have to see how many of those turn into permanent firings. Joe and Michelle, I'll leave you with one other statistic from our analysts at Bloomberg Economics that say that if this shutdown goes into a third week, which it does look like it's headed to, considering that they are adjourned until Tuesday, the unemployment rate could tick up to 4.7% as furloughed workers are counted as temporarily unemployed. That could now all be impacted because of this announcement from Russ Vought.
So Tyler, as Joe mentioned, we're marking day 10 now. We've been talking for the duration of this shutdown about how unique it is that both sides feel they have the upper hand. Is something like this move today going to break the logjam for better or worse?
Well, at this point, that's really what we're waiting to see. It is ramping up that pressure. There's a few, of course, other deadlines that are ramping up the pressure here, too. Today marks the first missed federal paycheck for many federal workers. Since the Senate is going to be out until Tuesday, that is one day before October 15th, when members of the military might miss their paycheck. Also, big questions here about whether or not back pay will be given, and it's all adding to this picture, this mounting pressure, and we really haven't seen either side let up. In fact, they're really digging in, Republicans and this White House, saying that they are not going to negotiate until the government reopens. We heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, as well as Senate Majority Leader John Thune, really reiterating that message as well.
All right, Tyler, let's turn to the post on China, which would have been a top story on any other day, but they're colliding, so we have to take them one at a time. He says some very strange things are happening in China, and it would take me the rest of the hour to read it. It's more than 500 words long. In summary, the president is threatening massive layoffs, as he puts it, suggesting that China is holding back on rare earths, letters that went out to many countries that give China a monopoly, and he's now questioning whether he will even meet with President Xi a couple of weeks from now. Is that meeting off?
Well, that is also going to be a big question. It's certainly in doubt. President Trump saying that he now has no reason to meet with the Chinese president, Xi Jinping. They were supposed to meet on the sidelines of the APEC summit in a couple of weeks in South Korea. We'll see how this ultimately evolves. The context here is that Beijing had taken steps in recent days to unveil new export curbs when it comes to critical and rare earth minerals, adding both elements as well as technology to its control list. And President Trump is responding with this. But we know that this White House had a lot of priorities that they wanted to come out of that potential summit meeting, including making progress on a trade deal. October is only that set meeting was only a couple weeks away from November 10th. That is when the trade truce is set to expire. That is currently keeping those tariff rates lower, a 30% tariff right now on Beijing. So we're going to have to watch to see how the pressure sort of develops here, what those potential massive tariffs are going to look like. And then also quickly for your radar, of course, we're watching soybeans and what economic aid for farmers is going to look like. It's something that the administration right now is weighing, potentially is delayed because of the ongoing government shutdown. This all is, of course, connected here, but China hasn't been importing soybean imports, and that perhaps could be adding some pressure ahead of this meeting if this meeting does happen.
All right, boy, we've got a lot of questions to answer here still. Tyler, thank you so much for walking us through all this. And we haven't even talked about the controversy over the Super Bowl halftime show. It's a pleasure to go to California to speak with Brad Sherman, and I'm sure that the congressman has some thoughts about the layoffs that have just been announced. The Democrat representing California's 32nd District, Congressman Brad Sherman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Russ Vought says the rifts have begun. Bloomberg News is reporting that they are in the thousands. Are you hearing anything more specific, and what will this do to negotiations, if they ever happen, or the standoff in this government shutdown?
Look, there's no reason to do rifts now. They could done them 2 months ago. They could do them 2 months from now. They're doing them as an act of vandalism against the federal government, as if that will take revenge on the Democratic Party for not completely ceding all power. I mean, if it was up to Trump, there wouldn't be a Congress. So few dictators want a parliament messing up their lives, except North Korea style, to gather and cheer. And in fact, that's what Speaker Johnson has agreed to. He has sent Congress home. Not only are we not opening up the government, we're not doing any of the other business we're supposed to be doing. Much of it that we're very, very far behind in doing.
Congressman, I want to ask you, given your years in Congress, decades watching these sorts of spats go on, Where do you put this into context? It certainly feels like this is an escalated tensions on the Hill right now. I'm reminded of your late colleague, Senator John McCain, joking that, if we try real hard, we'll get into the single digits on congressional approval in rough times then, 2 decades ago. Where does this fall? Are we at a new low in decorum on the Hill?
We're as low as we've been since the 1860s, and I wasn't around then. You can compare this to other shutdowns, but the level of division in the country and Donald Trump's personality and personal approach is throwing kerosene on the fire.
Well, we saw what happened with Mike Lawler getting into a shouting match with the Democratic leader. We saw Democratic senators standing in front of the Speaker's office making noise about Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if you guys are going to start caning each other like we used to in the old days, but Congressman, to Michelle's point, you've been up on the Hill for a minute. How do you get around this? Or should we assume that when the cameras turn off, you're having a beer with your Republican colleagues?
We're not out drinking. We get along reasonably well, perhaps as well as you get along with the people where you work. But we are responding to our constituents who are divided. And so many Republicans are not only loyal to their constituents, they're loyal to the president, whatever he says. And not only technically, but emotionally. That's what they feel. And it's divided. Does that mean that if I'm walking into the floor of the House, the Republican sticking out his leg to trip me as I fall on my face? No, that's not happening.
Well, Congressman, you mentioned Trump's approach is pouring kerosene on the fire. I want to ask you about something else today that's kind of in your lane, in the foreign affairs lane, his Truth Social message on China. How do you think this changes the game in the overall U.S.-China negotiations? How worried are you about not getting some sort of deal with China, and what are your constituents saying?
Well, they haven't responded to this tweet. It's so strange because for so many years I was here and diplomacy was handled carefully. And now it's an emotional tirade, sometimes at 3 a.m, directly from the president. That's not the way to conduct foreign policy. It's not the way any other president has conducted foreign policy. And we see China uses its control over rare earth elements, and America has done nothing over the last several years to weaken that control. We should have strategic reserves of all those rare earth elements, and we should have alternative supply. It is not true that all of the ore for those elements is in China. It's just they're the ones who have created the big industrial apparatus necessary to extract and refine them. That could be done elsewhere, but that's just one of the many things that Congress should have been focused on and should be focused on today. Except
so here we are
here in the Reykjavik building, and there are no Republicans.
I said you were in California. Forgive me. By the way, it matters right now when members are here in Washington. When's everybody else coming back? The Senate apparently is going to be here next week now. But the vibe we're getting from any lawmaker, D or R, Congressman, is that this will be protracted. We're nowhere near an off-ramp, even as John Thune suggests privately that he may offer Democrats an up or down vote on extending Obamacare subsidies. Where are we? What inning are we in this shutdown?
Well, and offering a vote if you know you're going to lose is symbolic and perhaps nice, but not all that important. This is going to last a long time. Both sides are digging in. The base of each party isn't saying, how do you put this together? They're saying, stand up for our position. And I think as long as the focus is on healthcare, and that is where we put the focus, the people will be with us. What should happen, of course, is a negotiation. We may not get everything we want on healthcare, but the current position of the Republicans is give us what we want, and we'll talk to you about whether we do anything that you want. That's not the way to treat a party that got 49% of the vote. And keep in mind, Republicans wouldn't talk to us in January, February, March, April, May, June, etc., about this healthcare cliff that we're about to fall over, where 22 million people will see their premiums more than double. And the letters are going out now. People have to decide whether to sign up for healthcare coverage. And as far as they know, it's at double the premium. They can't afford that.
Well, Congressman, there's certainly no shortage of big stories to ask you about today, but we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about the Middle East and the president's forthcoming trip to the region. How are you feeling about this tentative peace deal? Are there reasons to be optimistic, bright signs here, even though it feels like we've kind of been close to this before, only to see a setback?
Hopeful, optimistic may be too strong a word, but if the hostages are released and Hamas is no longer in control of Gaza, then we can move forward. And it looks like that's what the settlement calls for. We'll see whether whether Hamas disarms and whether their leadership departs the region. But phase one is the release of the hostages, and that day can't come too soon.
Just got about a minute left, Congressman. If this does hold, should Donald Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize? He didn't make it today.
Look, you'd have to evaluate Donald Trump's actions on the world stage in total. And I don't think they're quite Nobel Prize winning material. But look, Hamas has been pushed into a small corner of Gaza. They realize that Israel can take that corner as well. And I think that it's not so much what the president has said. The deal that he has offered is very similar to what the Israeli negotiating position has been all along. Free the hostages and free the people of Gaza, 2 million of them, from oppression from Hamas.
Well, he's on his way. Be there on Monday, apparently. Congressman, great to have you back. Brad Sherman, Democrat from California, thank you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. Lignans will help with your immune system and your endocrine system, soak up free radicals, and bring down inflammation. Ashwagandha root will help with your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. If you stack this together, you're going to be boosting up your immune system, helping with your cardiovascular system, and by bringing down inflammation, you're also helping with your brain function. In addition, for the fall and the winter season, you want to bring down that severity, boost up that immune system. For the fall and the winter season, it's really important to take this stack. Get the lignans, the turmeric, and the ashwagandha. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's take a look at. All right, this is about Chuck Schumer.
What happened to you?
The Agriculture Secretary, by the way, insists that farmers will get government aid eventually. Listen.
The president has been unequivocal in his support of the farmers. First talked about that to get us from the Biden years to the new Trump era. That's what we're working on every day. We've got to get the government reopened so that we can move forward on that. And once we do, we'll be able to move out a significant program to help our farmers. Long term, we have to change this hamster wheel of government. We've got to ensure that the farmers have the market to sell, and it's a national security issue and onshoring along with foods.
All right, joining me now is Congressman Buddy Carter, Republican from Georgia. Congressman, great to see you this morning. It's harvest time for farmers. Do they really have time to wait for help?
No, they don't. They need it now. And that's why this shutdown that was instigated by Chuck Schumer, John Ossoff, and the Democrats is hurting them so much. I was at the Georgia State Fair earlier this week and talked to some of the farmers. And yes, loan offices are closed. They can't get the reports from the USDA that they need because no one's there. I went to the USDA booth and no one was there. And farmers are hurting, and the American farmer feeds the world, and they cannot afford to wait. Right now, they've got $531 million worth of relief for Hurricane Helene, one of the worst hurricanes to ever hit our state. And they are hurting. They need that relief. That's why I sent a letter to both of our senators encouraging them to open up the government again so that we can get that relief to them.
Let me change subjects a little bit here, Congressman. We are sending about, we understand, 200 troops to Israel to help support and monitor the ceasefire deal in Gaza. Is this something you support?
Absolutely. Listen, Donald Trump is the president of peace, and no one could have gotten us to this point that he has gotten us to. Joe Biden and his administration didn't even try to achieve peace in the Middle East. And Donald Trump has done that, and I applaud him for that. That's why he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, and that's why I'm introducing a resolution for a sense of Congress today that will honor him with the Nobel Peace Prize. And if need be, we'll call for a discharge petition on that. I hope we can work with the Speaker, though, and get it on the floor for a vote.
Do you think Democrats will ever acknowledge his role in this peace process?
No, I don't think so. And let's face it, right now what we're witnessing with Chuck Schumer is just trying to be more anti-Trump than AOC because he's afraid he's going to get primaried by her. They have such a Trump derangement syndrome over there that I doubt anything that it is going to help President Trump or honor President Trump is going to be supported by the Democrats.
Want to quickly, I got 30 seconds getting back to the shutdown, Congressman. When do we get this solved? We heard from Chet Bogum there. He says it's probably going to go on till the end of next week. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, I suspect he's right. It doesn't look good now. And shame on Chuck Schumer, shame on John Ossoff and the Democrats for putting government workers and paying our troops and getting aid to our farmers ahead of giving illegal immigrants health care. I mean, that's what this is about, and they should be ashamed of that.
Well, we'll have to leave it right there. Congressman Buddy Carter, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your time on this Friday. Thank you.
Wall Street doesn't like any of it. We just wonder if this is another taco trade opportunity or maybe the beginning of something bigger. I wanted to go a bit deeper with the help of Eric Weiner, Bloomberg Senior Equities Editor, live at World Headquarters in New York. Eric, how you watching this? We know, of course, this was a market that was pretty toppy before these headlines broke.
That's exactly it. There's a lot of selling right now in the big tech stocks that really were powering the thing higher. And really, it's about taking this moment where President Trump talked about tariffs, increasing massive tariffs on Chinese goods, and that's really a sensitive point for the market. And it's an opportunity. It's unclear right now. This is an opportunity to take some money off the table and really, sort of process where things are, or if this is an outright kind of the beginning of an outright panic. And really, what you need to do is sort of take a look at what happens at the end of this session and what happens at over the next couple of days as things sort of play out, because we haven't seen a 1% pullback in the S&P 500 since August 1st, and we haven't seen a 2% drop in the S&P 500 since April during the last tariff freak out. So really, it's about kind of where this goes from here, and if this is a moment in time or if this is really something that's going to last.
Eric, we saw soybeans also take a hit this morning in the wake of President Trump's post. Are you looking at any other sectoral equities that might take a hit for the rest of the day or in the days to come?
Well, it's really, when you look at the tariff stocks, I mean, everything is selling off. Right now, the S&P 500, there were 400 stocks that were down. So you only have 100 stocks that are up. The risk is all over the place. It's small caps and technology. Anything that grows really is sort of right now is pulling back. And you have oil falling, you have gold rising, so it's all these sort of haven situations where people, what they call a flight to safety, where people are looking at safer assets. And that could last. However, things had gotten very toppy. Things had really gotten to the point where you would question whether there was any more to come from this. So this could be an opportunity to pull back. And that's really where traders are right now, is sort of in a holding pattern where, okay, let's lighten up the load a little bit, but let's see where things stand, because, you said the word taco. The question is where this goes from here, and if the tariffs really play out, because nobody really knows exactly what he meant by massive increases. Where is it exactly? Right. What exactly is going to be hit? And that's really the questions that'll be answered over the next couple of days.
Really great to have you, Eric. Thanks for your read on this. Eric Weiner at World Headquarters in New York, Bloomberg Senior Equities Reporter with us here on Balance of Power. Alongside Michelle Giamrisco, I'm Joe Matthew. It's time to assemble a panel and get their take on this. Bloomberg Politics contributors G.E. Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stonecourt Capital. G.E. is our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Boy, how should we be looking at this, G.E.? You read the long post on China, and there's not really a lot in there. He talks about massive tariffs, but does not quantify them, to Eric's point. He suggests that there's no reason to have the meeting with President Xi, but he doesn't cancel it. Isn't this the kind of move we've seen before, with big bluster before a big sit-down?
It absolutely is. And to your interview with Representative Sherman, it's not the way we normally make important policy decisions, this sort of venting, which is what this seems to be. And riles the markets, understandably, in this way, without any sort of sense as to where the United States is going to head policy-wise. And part of this is that we heard U.S. lawmakers earlier this week talking about banning chip-making equipment to China. We are seeing China post these regulations that very much mimic what the United States has done in the area of semiconductors. This is not a big surprise on China's part. They're going into negotiations with the United States. They need to have leverage, and we should have leverage ourselves. But for the president to sort of respond in this way doesn't seem like he is using the type of strategic leverage approach that we're seeing out of Beijing. And that is going to leave the U.S. weaker if we move into these negotiations. So, I don't think it makes much sense, and it's certainly not the way to do business with an equally powerful partner like China.
Well, Rick, to Jeannie's point, we've been in this sort of tit for tat for a while, including with the tech and the export controls issues that have come about between the U.S. and China. I'm wondering why today? I mean, even just yesterday, the president was saying, there are things that the president of China would like to discuss with me. There are things that I would like to discuss with him. It seemed like we were on the right track to have that talk at the end of the month. Why has this blown up overnight?
Well, I do think there's some reaction to China's moves to lock down export restrictions on some of these rare earths, some of the technologies around some of the refined products. Remember, it's not like they're just exporting a element of rare earths. They manufacture these things into usable parts, and that's what we buy. And they're clamping down on that. And they're clamping down on chips. They took the first move. And I'm pretty sure that the president's national security staff probably were pretty apoplectic about this, because every time we make a deal with them, it's with the sensitivity that China's going to keep certain things flowing while we continue to buy their products. And the reality of it all is we have not been treating China as the adversary they are. We keep talking about them being a competitor, and they're not. They're an adversary. And I think this is probably, whether it's a device headed into South Korea, whether he meets Xi or not, or whether it's just an extension of the policy he's already had on China. But we got to get used to having a different relationship with China, and I think today's probably a step in that direction.
Well, case in point here, there is no bigger gainer that I can find in the middle of this sell-off than MP Materials. It just hit an all-time high, Rick and Jeannie, above $81. It's ahead by 13%. This is the materials, the rare earths and materials company that the Pentagon took a stake in. And we have seen others since then when it comes to lithium, Jeannie, and there's been a suggestion that more could follow. Does this codify or justify the administration taking stakes in the name of national security in rare earth companies?
You know, it's strange when you hear about the Republican Party in the United States, the administration taking steps like that. It seems like something we would never have invited as in the Republican Party at least, but at this point, the United States does need to take steps. And, you know, what's so baffling about this is while Congress is sitting on the side, not doing, not even meeting in the case of the House, there are steps that can be taken. China does not have a sort of hold on this kind of rare earths. The United States has the ability, had we worked on this in the past or even today, to be in a position to compete on this, and we have not done it. We're sitting in the middle of another in a long line of shutdowns. And, you know, the market is responding to China and this announcement. They haven't responded to the shutdown. But that's frustrating to me because I think they should respond to the fact that when the United States government isn't working, this is the kind of result of that. And so the sort of ho-hum attitude out of the market about the government shutdown, I think, is something that we should pay more attention to because they are changing their focus from where it should be, which is that the government has got to work so we're in a position to compete economically and secure ourselves.
Well, Jenny, if I could follow on that, I mean, we've been waiting for a long time for the China hawks in Washington, who are usually so vocal, to come out and sort of challenge the president on what was seen as sort of a soft policy for a while, extending the trade truce and talking on a range of negotiations, TikTok being one that was taking a softer line than previous administration had. Where are those hawks, and where do you think the Democrats should be now in responding to something like this morning? Or do you think this could be sort of a blip in the radar and we return to U.S. and China are back on track, Trump and Xi will meet, in a few days?
You know, I do hope that they meet. We used to say not just a few months ago that there was one thing that everybody in Washington agreed on, Democrat or Republican, and that was confronting China, competing with China. I hope that is still the case. I think it's noteworthy that these new curbs on China's behalf are not supposed to go into place until November 8th. That would give them time to meet and to make some agreements on these kinds of things. So I do hope that happens. But yes, Washington Congress has to get their act in order to confront China because there is a lot of work to do in this regard.
Looking at NVIDIA today, it's down 2%. We've seen certainly worse days for the stock. I know that there's a sentiment here of negativity on Wall Street, Rick, but if we were really concerned that we were ending our economic relationship with China, wouldn't we be in a different place? This is a market that was pretty frothy, as we established before you joined us here. This could just be another Friday when we look back on it, no?
Yeah, I think if you look at it just from the stock market in isolation, you can come up with a lot of different points of view on it, and they could all be right. But I do think the reality of this administration is that they are in the process of decoupling with China. They've been much more restrictive on export of technologies that could help the China Red Army than previous administrations. They have been, even though many of these tariffs haven't gone into full effect, the fact that they have them on the books and are prepared to use them as a weapon of state and craft is important.
They're reacting to breaking news today. That's just the vibe here in Washington. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, will be back on the late edition of Balance of Power. Michelle and I are looking forward to spending some time with Patrick McHenry, the former Republican congressman, and yes, Bloomberg Politics contributor, on the shutdown next here on
But as you look at the Bloomberg screen, and let's say for the public, for the balance of power public, they don't know dollar yen from Naki Stocky. You look at the Dow, negative 400, SPX down 1.3%, NASDAQ hit down 1.8%. But I look also the way oil is pulled back. See, American oil under 60 a barrel, 58 handle on NYMEX crude. Global oil 62.78. It's come down $7 from the 70 level of a number of weeks ago. And then another way to look at it, Joe, is like the pro way, where we look at cross rates. And the first one I looked at was yen as compared to yuan. This is way inside that baseball, but you see a 3 standard deviation jump move, that big jump move. And you see that, Joe, in that currency, obscure currency pair, which shows the tension on the Pacific Rim.
Fascinating. How would you
but that
describe this
tension,
market
you would see the
before that
yen
close?
USD.
You hear about the froth
right
every morning, the wall of worry,
yen
the most
USD
hated
would go
rally.
down.
Was this thing due to tip over?
Right, no, it's the closest the balance of power has gotten to Bloomberg surveillance. The only difference is you have Tyler Kendall. I can never get Tyler Kendall. I haven't seen Charlie Pellet in like 9 months. It's just great to be here with people I've
You're up
never
too
seen.
damn early.
It's just, I'm way too early for Tyler Kendall. But the point is here is it's a geopolitical linkage into our economics, finance, and investment. And the president has done that. Let's line it up, Joe, and you're better at this than me. France, Japan, the United Kingdom with their own set of worries. And now we see a tariff redo with all the balance of power tensions with Beijing, and they buffet off each other. I'm looking now at Japan and China is the point there. Here's the headline this morning. First headline they looked like, Joe, you weren't up yet. You were not. Here's the first headline I looked at today, folks. I'm trying to find it right now. It was so long ago, Joe, it's fallen off the screen. Japan's decades-old ruling coalition collapses, jolting markets. And what the president doesn't understand in his bilateral deal-making focus is when he does something, as you witnessed an hour ago, it affects Japan and the idea of their coalition collapsing. They're all interdependent.
Fascinating. This is a market that was pretending not to care about tariffs lately. I keep hearing that the uncertainty had passed us, Tom Keene, but a lot of folks were cautionary, saying that we were whistling past the graveyard because China was still a wild card. How did we get so far over our skis with so little settled in the world's second biggest economy?
It ebbs and flows. One of the interviews of the day for me, Joe, is KPMG out with a new report on the tone of business across America. And their lead word is uncertainty. And you see that uncertainty in our politics. You see it within global Wall Street. And the answer is we jump from to borrow from Alarian, we jump from unknown to unknown. The president just assisted us going to a new unknown, as Tyler said, looking forward to APEC. Now what?
Now what is exactly right. Now I get back to my first question. We've seen a lot of posts like this from the president, and he does stuff like this right before a meeting. Are we serious that he's walking away from China with massive tariffs, knowing what happened after Liberation Day?
I would look to the Secretary of Treasury. The president has many other challenges out there, and the stuff that you report on in balance of power each and every day. But no, I don't think anything's codified. The history of this president is to shoot first and think about it later, and that's what we're going to see here. Particularly if right now, what do we make? Joe, my eyes are failing me. You'd think I was a relief pitcher for the Red Sox. See, negative 541. I mean, you give me, we're up 100 earlier, so we got a 600-point swing from surveillance. You give me another 300 points down, and all of a sudden the Secretary of Treasury is saying, Mr. President, about that tweet. That's, maybe that's what we see.
All right.
I studied the 10 most powerful empires.
Now, the markets, the S&P 500 right at this moment in time is trading at 6,627. It's dropped quite a bit. It's dropped over 100 points. And oil is trading almost at the 58 handle. It's 59.02. Japanese yen is trading at 151.92. It was trading at 153. Is it? Almost 153. 152 handle. And Bitcoin has dropped. It's now trading at 118. And natural gas has dropped. It's trading at 3.1 or so. So my take on this is, I think this will mean revert relatively quickly next week. I don't think that this is going to be a continued downturn, but consumer sentiment came out today. So let's listen into CNBC and couple it with the tariff news with China.
First, let's get some breaking consumer data. It's just crossing, and Rick Santelli has it for us. Rick?
Yes, Dave, we still get some numbers that aren't going through the government. Here's University of Michigan sentiment and the inflation gauges. October preliminary view, 55.0 on headline, a bit better than expectations, very close sequentially to the 55.1 in the rearview mirror for our September final read. And that compares well at 55.0. You'd have to go back to May of this year to find a lower number. Current conditions, pretty juicy here. 61.0, better than expected, sequentially higher than 60.4. We look at expectations, 51.2, a little bit of a disappointment in both directions, less than expected, less than 51.7 in the rearview mirror. You have to go to May of this year to find a lower number. Now, the inflation numbers, 4.6 on 1 year, that's 1/10 less than we're expecting and less than the 4.7 in the rearview mirror. 4.6 will be the lowest read going back to February when we were at 4.3. And finally, 5 to 10-year inflation stays at 3.7, both matching expectations and in the rearview mirror. To find a lower number, you'd have to go back to August at 3.5 and find a higher number here in June at 4.0 to give you some context there. Very quickly, the government shutdown has caused us not to see construction spending, 2 jobless claims, factory orders, September jobs report, wholesale inventories and sales. However, maybe CPI on Wednesday, scheduled release the 15th of October. It may be released. I'm not sure if that's going to be the day. Think COLA here in terms of the reason why. And finally, on the week, 409 is current 10-year. It settled at 412 last week, down 3 basis points. David, back to you.
So the consumer sentiment is
We
still...
got married 2 months ago now.
The consumer sentiment is relatively negative, all right? And the expectation for inflation is relatively high. But the UNISH information, that usually is political. There's a political bent to it. So usually you have to take it with a grain of salt and do an adjustment on it. So you have the shutdown, you have the tariffs, and you have survey data saying that consumers have a negative outlook on the economy. I still have a 6,800 target for the S&P 500, but the probability of it getting to 7,000 by year end, I think, is starting to diminish. I want to, if I give it probabilities, I would say that it's probably only 30% chance that we'll see a 7,000 S&P 500 by mid-year. But I was mentioning earlier today, before all this news came out, early in the broadcast, I was mentioning the heteroscedastic aspects to VIX, and that we were trading at that time at 16. Now we're trading at 20.85, so almost 21, and that there was going to be a spike that's going to happen. The question is this the spike? Because it should be, this spike in VIX should be taking place in October or early November. So, and I mentioned this on my episode 64, Yard Wars. So if you want to listen to that lecture that I did, then please do. So there's a chance to Monday, depending on what's going on in the international community over the weekend, and on Monday's trading, we may see a VIX that's trading above 20 Monday, Tuesday, maybe as high as 24, 25. If that takes place, then I think it's going to come back down pretty quick, and that was the spike. If it goes down really quick on Monday, this is not the spike. There's probably one shortly after this, there'll be another spike that gets larger and goes past 25. And then that will be the spike. I don't think this is the spike yet. Now for support level, 6,500 for the S&P 500 and resistance level 6,800. Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This has the nutrients that you need to help with your cardiovascular health, improve your strength, improve your brain function, speed up your metabolism, boost up your energy levels. It's a great way to slow down the aging process and control your A1C levels. Take it every day. It's a month's supply. It's very powerful. Please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
And number 3, you have the filibuster in the Senate, which means the Democratic minority controls whether or not the government is open. We have a shutdown right now because Schumer has the votes to withhold, to filibuster, and to stop the bill being taken up that passed the House to keep the government open. I don't think the Democrats would come to the table unless there's back pay. So there's a waterfall of things that are true here. I think if you're a federal employee, so that's a distraction. It is a distraction. Now, the pain of the rifts, that's real, and there's a massive amount of not legal uncertainty, but definitive certainty on the power of OMB to take these actions in a governmental shutdown. Yeah. That should be concerning to Democratic leaders on the Hill.
So, Mr. Chairman, you correctly predicted this would be a mess a while ago, so I'm going to ramp up the pressure on your predictive capabilities. But next week, when we're looking the days ahead, we've got the military paycheck issue as well. Is this going to be resolved next week, or is this something that waits until after the shutdown, whenever that is?
I'll take the over. I'll take the over. And every offer that everybody's presented me with a date, I've taken the over. I think the backstop of this is Thanksgiving. I think we're going to have a lot more pain before this thing gets resolved and people come to their senses. The fact is that you've already seen Schumer lose 3 Democratic senators. It hasn't spread beyond that. But as the pain ramps up, I think Democratic politicians in the Senate will come to the negotiating table. I think we'll have a reopening. And then we'll have a debate about health care and extending some of these subsidies. And then we'll have the longer term funding for the federal government. But it's going to be choppy waters.
This piece of paper is going to be junk soon, though, right? November 21st, who cares if they pass it in a couple of weeks, the government's just going to shut down again. And there are many who do think that once this is resolved, we will hit another shutdown at the end of the year. We just keep taking CRs through the spring, or what's the best case scenario? Don't say regular order.
Well, this is regular order. Continued
This is
resolution
regular
is a
order.
normative thing in the House. 2 years ago, this was the finite cause of the ouster of Speaker McCarthy that we passed a clean continued resolution. So this is a normative act in Washington. Unfortunately, these every couple of administrations, the normative act is also a government shutdown. It doesn't win you the policy, the underlying policy.
Yeah.
It does elevate your party in a political fight. And this is not about the policy, it's actually about politics. Schumer is getting hammered on late night TV like never before. Jon Stewart, don't frequently quote, called him a flat tire. I mean, these are very insulting things.
Sketch. That was a bad joke, the KF.
I mean, there are a lot of bad jokes on late night TV. Don't get me. I'm not.
I mean, the Schumer joke that got him in hot water.
But Schumer's in this fight because he looked feckless and weak in March, and is now trying to look like he's giving a valiant fight to his Democratic base. Hakeem Jeffries is doing the same thing. So those fights, that physical confrontation you almost saw on Capitol Hill, is trying to elevate Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
Right.
Hakeem Jeffries to the speakership, Schumer to the majority. They need to show a fight against President Trump, and they have very little power to do it outside of a shutdown.
If the Democratic member had done that, were you talking about censure?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, look, all this stuff, all these performative acts are fun and games until somebody opens the door. And that is always the case, right? You're like, I'm going to go fight with somebody. You're like, well, you're on TV. I think they're in the 2 rooms behind you, right? Why don't you go just talk to them instead of yell on the screen?
So as far as the pressure points, though, you mentioned Thanksgiving. I wonder if part of that timeline is the flights issue. Are we seeing enough pain on flight delays, air traffic controller shortages, that sort of lane that the American public cares about to have a change in the negotiations?
Yes, and this is about, again, the nature, the timing of the reopening will be based off of pain and how that maps out. And you can't predict what the pain will be like for either party in a week's time. Now, I think the Democratic Party is the one that has to fold in order for the reopening to happen, but you can see different movement based off of who is deeply influenced by their constituents feeling pain, or frankly, they go to the airport and they can't get on their flight. That is a form of pain for those of us that travel.
So you're still looking at Virginia, Maryland, with the big concentrations of federal workers to maybe crack and join the jailbreak?
Yes, but those senators, the Democratic delegation there in the Senate is really locked in,
right? Yeah. And Holland, not so much.
No, but you also don't know how these federal employees map out. Like if you're talking about air traffic control, disproportionately they're located in Oklahoma. Okay. There's not a single Democratic federal office holder from the state of Oklahoma. So you don't know how these things are going to model out.
Really interesting.
You also don't know how that Oklahoma delegation is communicating with the OMB to ensure that their people are paid. So there's all this subtlety that if you're in charge of the OMB, you can either met out pain to your opponents or help your friends. And in this case, I think OMB is being quite adept at being targeted on who they're sharing pain with, and targeting who they're helping, and maintaining account balances where they need to help.
Speaking of mapping out, it'll be really interesting to see where these all land. I don't know how long it'll take before we have that data, but we'll, of course, bring it to you here on Bloomberg. Patrick McHenry, Bloomberg Politics contributor, former Republican congressman. Great to have you. How often when you're on the plane, they recognize you're the guy who replaced Kevin McCarthy?
Zero without a vote time.
Okay, we'll like that. Good answer. You brought up with him today. We'll meet you back here on.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. This is a very potent antioxidant, 1,000 times stronger than a molecule of vitamin C. This will soak up free radicals, reduce stress in the cell, improve your ATP levels because it's improving the health of your mitochondria, and your tissues will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL levels, which reduces the chance of building up plaque. Also, by soaking up free radicals at the neuron level, your neurons are going to be healthier. Your myelin sheath will be healthier. You'll be able to build neurotransmitters and have better dendritic connections, so you're thinking faster and your memory will improve. Super important. I've been taking C60 since 2016 every day. Teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, and avocado oil. Avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil are really important. Why? Because C60 needs to be suspended in the lipids for proper absorption. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day every day. And if you work out, take it before you work out, and it'll neutralize the free radicals that you're generating during your workout and help you to recover from your workout quicker. But take a teaspoon a day. I've been doing this since 2016 as part of my anti-aging protocol. The foundation of the protocol, the multivitamin with a probiotic. The first pillar, Max 35 or cleanse to boost up the immune system. The second pillar, C60, soak up free radicals. Third pillar, turmeric, ashwagandha, lignans to boost up the immune system, help with your cardiovascular health, and help with your brain function. And boomer boost, boost up those energy levels, rev up the metabolism, improve your cardiovascular health, help you to build muscle. Those are all really important. Brain function helps with brain function. So if you take that protocol that I just mentioned, you're going to radically slow down the aging process and boost up that immune system. So please go to my store and get the C60. In addition, it's important to take during the fall and the winter season to soak up those free radicals that are being generated. So please go to my store, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, you get $5 off any order. That's the broadcast for today. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.